everyone. I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. Hone, may I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Gielmi.
Here.
Supervisor White. Here. Supervisor Horton. Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
You have your quorum.
Thank you so much. We're now ready for agenda item 3. Pastor Locke, would you start us off this morning?
Let's pray. Thank you, Lord, for this beautiful day and for your many blessings in our lives. We pray and ask for your blessing on our mayor, Board of Supervisors, staff and families, and others that are serving the people of Carson City. I pray for supervisors that you give them discernment in making just and wise decisions. May their discussions be fruitful, their actions just, and hearts be aligned with your will. May we be blessed by the words of God given to Moses, recorded in the book of Numbers, which say, "The Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord have his face shine upon you, be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace." In Jesus' wonderful name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Will our DA, Mr. Pruitt, lead us in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Okay, we're now on to opening public comment, and I have Mr. Costa that has requested opening comment.
Good morning. My name is Mark Costa, a resident of Carson City. Today I wanted to comment on the budget. I understand earlier this month the board tentatively approved the 2026 budget, and I just wanted to point out that it's not really a finished work yet. From what I can see, there's a number of areas of concern. Certainly, we show deficits in the Workers' Compensation Insurance Fund, self-funded program, and the insurance fund, likewise, the Regional Transportation Fund, and the Street Maintenance Fund, which are two areas of my primary concern, are still showing deficits. I understand from the presentation last time some of that will be taken care of as we balance forward money from unfinished projects into the next year. But there are still other projects that are scheduled that need to be sure that there's adequate funding to go ahead and support them. General fund is certainly an area of concern. As pointed out last week, we have to close with a general fund reserve balance of 18%. And in order to go ahead to have reach our 8% 3 or 4 years later, which is, I understand, a requirement to do that. So our funding is very precarious in a number of areas, and there's certainly a lot of projects that need to go ahead and be funded. So I ask that the board continue to go ahead and review the budget and find ways to improve it, because in the other areas that I've seen, other programs I've worked in, the budget as is would not be approved because they're showing these deficits, and there'd have to be corrective actions taken. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up for public comment. Is there? Mr. French.
Thank you, Mayor Denny French, Carson City. I'd like to start today by appreciating everyone that's put in some time with the city and tell you I think you're pretty lucky people, and we are too, so thank you all, and I'm supposed to keep my eyes forward. I'd like to take this opportunity while a lot of people are here, because I'm anxious about our bug population, as people know. I have more reason to be anxious after watching a PBS special. It's a set of 4, and I'd like everybody that can to watch it because it has magnificent photographs. you will see critters that you don't think are earthly. And you will find out facts that will help you understand why I am so anxious about making sure there are little oases and areas in the city and in towns and in the state are considered a necessity now, not just a pretty patch. They are necessities. And then I'd also like to bring up the fact of bondage. We'll bring bondage into this conversation. Check out your trees, whatever you stake them with, whatever you've tied them with, make sure they've got room to budge. And if you have a tree, it's my suggestion, if it hasn't been able to stand up on its own after 2 years of being in the ground, you should pull it out now. You'll save it from falling on somebody or having another issue. So loosen your bonds on your trees. Make sure that it goes with the growth, just like you would a collar on a small animal. It's going to get bigger. Also, I'd like to have consideration for pulling for more discussion 11E. It relates to a vehicle that was brought up. Several vehicles were on wish lists during the budget conversation, and it was brought up by one of the supervisors said, hey, maybe we should just rent a vehicle when we need it. Leave the maintenance to the people. Well, they didn't suggest this, but I am. Leave the maintenance to the people that own the equipment and then use it when you need to. So I'd like to see 11E considered. One vehicle is going to cost us $245,000 and $820, but that's pocket change part. And I don't know, because of the materials lien, what's it for, how often it's used, and I'd like to know more about it. So if you could bring it to the board, I'd appreciate it for the people here to hear. And meanwhile, I'd just like to thank you all.
Do I have any other public comment? Okay, then we're going to move on to agenda item 6, which is approval of our minutes. Does any member have any corrections or changes? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion for approval.
I move to approve the minutes for April 17, 2025.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. We're now on to our special presentations, and if you would all join me on the floor, that would be wonderful. This is the fun part. With is we have some students from Carson High that have come to share some information with us about a conference. Come talk to us. Tell us all about it.
Okay.
Yeah, face them. It's really about inviting all.
Yeah, absolutely. So hello, my name is Tanea Kramer. I am one of the co-advisors at Carson High School Student Council next year. I also have my co-advisor, Caroline Gubika, who's on her way to a track meet. So she is not here with us. And we are coming to present about something pretty exciting. And I'll let Kyle introduce himself. And then we'll...
Good morning, everyone. A special thank you to the Carson City Board of Supervisors for having us this morning. My name is Kyle Allen. I am the student body president at Carson High School and the Nevada Association of Student Council's state chair. And I have the honor of announcing that Carson High School will be the proud host of the 2026 state conference. And so this is a huge honor, not just for Carson High School, but for Carson City, which is why we're presenting to the Board of Supervisors this morning. And so the big things, I'll look at my notes. We have we have over around 1,200 people coming to Carson City from across the state. And so the big component of us being able to host this conference was that we are the state capital, and there is a lot of leadership and connections and service that takes place within the state. So our board and our execs are super excited to be back in the state capital. And so the big things here, Carson High School last hosted 20 years ago in 2006. So it's kind of like a 20-year reunion is how we are playing that off. I've been asked to share the theme, which is opening doors to leadership. And so it's based off of the movie Monsters, Inc. And so that'll be fun. And then basically I was asked to share a rundown of the conference. It's a 3-day conference in April of 2026, the 16th through the 18th. On the 16th is all at Carson High School, where we have the first general session, and we invite just our membership, and that is kind of the introduction of the conference. Students and advisors take part in JC groups, workshops, different activities, and then that evening, they have a guest speaker that comes. And then that guest speaker is looking forward to coming to Carson City, being in the state capitol. And then on that Friday, because school is taking place on our campus, we do have to be off-site. And so we are going to be doing activities at the Capitol complex. And so we have a system of 3 rotations set up where students and advisors will take a tour of the legislature. They will take a scavenger hunt on the Capitol grounds and then hear from Assemblymember PK O'Neill. And so that'll take place on that Friday. Yes, and I believe a few others, but he will be the main keynote for that day. And then in that evening, students will be kind of taking part in a safe grad kind of activity at the community center. And so they'll be able to watch a movie, have a pool experience. They will have bounce houses in the gym, and that's right here, or kind of in the area. And so that's a big thing there. And then we'll be all at the campus during the duration of the conference on Saturday. And so that's just kind of a brief overview. And so the big thing here is that we are bringing a lot of people to Carson City, and a big concern was that, well, does Carson City have the space for them? And we do, after a lot of research. But this is a big deal because we're supporting a lot of our local businesses and a lot of our local hotels. We are encouraging students and advisors to eat at a lot of local places. That's a big thing in our welcome letter, that they eat and they spend their time at the different excursions here in town, and then also at the different restaurants. And then we also do have some vendors coming in from that will cater for the conference. That's part of the registration. And then we also have invited the entire Assembly and the entire Senate. And then we've also invited the United States representatives and United States senators. And so they'll be speaking throughout our conference. They will be shout out during our script. And so those are just the big thing. So Carson City has a big part in this, and so we are looking forward to it. So it's not just Carson High School, and it's not just a single high school thing. It is all of Carson City, and so we're super happy for that. And so the big reason why we're here today, our formal invitation of the Board of Supervisors to our conference, particularly the first general session, and I'll share that information via email to you. But that's a big thing is we do want our government leaders and our elected officials there because our students do enjoy hearing from you and they enjoy your presence at our conference. And one of my main goals as serving as the state chair is to expand our organization's network to our local elected officials. And then also we are here today, I'm just going to get support, hopefully moving forward in attaining sponsorships and community partners. We do have quite the budget for this conference, but of course, any support is definitely helpful. And so we're super grateful to have that. And I think I will turn it over to Superintendent AJ Fueling.
Thank you, Kyle. So the question on all the supervisors' minds, and you don't have to answer right now, think of this, but they all heard bounce house, and they are wondering if it's possible to get an invite. So just think about that. Okay. Thank you, supervisors. Yes, no, yeah, that's just for me. Thank you, supervisors and mayor, for allowing maybe a little more of a non-traditional item for your agenda, but this is something we are really excited about in many ways, and as Kyle noted, I think the economic impact of this kind of event can be significant. A chance to show off Carson High, show off the community. Just really excited to have people come from all over the state to see what is here and what we are doing here. So thank you so much for allowing this today. I appreciate the roots you have in this community. I know that means a lot to you. It means a lot to me. I was actually giving a tour the other day to someone from or I shouldn't say where, somewhere to the north, that has decided to come work down here in the right place. But I was over at what is now going to be our what we call our silver campus for Carson High School, currently Pioneer. And I had mentioned, I talked a number of years ago to Supervisor White about, he mentioned when it was Corbett Elementary, a tree you planted there long ago that still sits there. And he was just really impressed by that. And I think how tight and how strong this community is. So overall, just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for allowing this, and to any businesses who maybe want to help out with some swag or whatever it is, the high school is certainly willing to take that support. So thank you.
You know, we don't often get to celebrate our successes. It's always, oh, shucky darn, right? So how exciting to be able to share this opportunity with 1,200 other students and show them why Carson High matters and its greatness. And certainly, Kyle, you're a fine example. Thank you for doing this. And I know it's going to be a lot of work because all of us have worked on conferences before, right? But really super excited about that. And hopefully we can help ask others to help you. So let us know how we do that, though. I don't think I heard the www. or call such and such, or so if people are listening, you have a website?
We do have a website. And also, the main point of contact for this is nevadastuco.org. So that's our organization, and any information regarding our conference is posted there as well.
Oh, Kyle has, absolutely. And he will have he's on it. There is, yes. Yes, absolutely. And so also with that, he will, if you are interested in volunteering, opening doors, anything, really this is for us a community to really highlight. I mean, at Carson High, you have so many teachers that went through Carson City School District, myself included. He really marketed that this is my 20-year reunion, the year we're hosting. So he had a lot of fun with that in his proposal. And so just that idea of community people coming and being a part of this thing, because so many of us went to Carson High, and to come back and be a part of it, like we welcome our community to help us in any way we can, and we will get you lots of information.
We look forward to it. Thank you so much, and lots of luck. Thank you. Okay, the next one is a proclamation recognizing May 2025 as National Treatment Court Month. I think I see some people from the court. Court people come up, please. Judge Armstrong, yeah, we're all coming up. You know, there's pictures that happen, and so you don't want to be left out of a picture. So I'm super excited to do this. Have we got everybody involved? Come on, it matters, right? You don't have to hide over there. I'm over here. Of course, I don't. Well, hard. Okay. Whereas there are now more than 4,000 treatment courts nationwide, and whereas treatment courts are the cornerstone of justice reform sweeping the nation, whereas treatment courts serve more than 150,000 individuals per year, or each year. They are recognized as the most successful justice system intervention in our nation's history. They save an average of $6,000 for every individual they serve. And whereas treatment courts substantially reduce addiction and related crime and do so at less expense than any other criminal justice strategy. Whereas there are 5 treatment courts in Carson City. Misdemeanor treatment court presided by Judge Armstrong. Mental health court presided by Judge Melanie Bruchetta. Western Region DUI court and drug court presided by Judge Deborah Schumacher. And juvenile drug court presided by Juvenile Magistrate Kimberly O'Casey. Woo, we got some judges working hard, right? And whereas Carson City currently has 82 participants within the 5 treatment courts, and has had 38 graduations. Is that exciting over the last 12 months? Right? So we got both judges and participants working hard, right? I love it when I see success from both sides, right? That's what it takes, is both sides working. Whereas treatment courts facilitate community-wide partnerships, bringing together public safety and public health professionals to improve education, employment, housing, promote family reunification, reduce foster care placements, and increase the rate of addicted mothers delivering babies who are fully drug and alcohol free. Woo, that's great. Whereas treatment courts demonstrate that when one person rises out of substance abuse and crime, we all rise. Now, therefore, I, Lori Bagwell, Mayor of Carson City, Nevada, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim that May 2025 be established as National Treatment Court and Mental Health Awareness Month. How about that, right? And I know that I would love to hear some words from Judge Bruchetta.
Well, first of all, we want to thank the board, the mayor and the board for all their support of the specialty court programs. Judge Armstrong and I couldn't do these programs without you, and we really appreciate that. And we have two people today, one who graduated not too long ago, Ebony Horgro, who would like to come up and make a statement. And then we also have Jesse Byton, who's in the program currently and would also like to make a statement. So Ebony, come on up. It's up to you. Are you more comfortable
It
sitting?
don't matter.
Okay.
As long as I can have my paper.
You can have it.
yeah, we all have
Okay. All right, good morning. Hello, thank you for being here. I'm happy to be here. My name is Ebony. It's been a long road to this point, one of many twists and turns. The things that I have overcome and the things I'm still working on that are intertwined with resilience, commitment to myself, and the abundance that come from gratitude. I grew up in Los Angeles, California, Watts to be specific, with my mother and two sisters. Though I had a brother, I did not know where he was at the time. At the age of 10, I witnessed my mother murder one of my sisters in a drunken rage by kicking her in the head, all because we did not clean the house properly. I was scared and felt isolated. I soon started to drink, something I learned by watching the adults around me. If I had known then what I know now, but how could I? I was just a kid. At the age of 12, I started smoking cigarettes, and by the age of 20, I was using crack cocaine. The dysfunction of my family, the physical and the emotional abuse and the absence of my father were overwhelming. I did not realize that alcohol and drugs were a problem. It was a way to cope, or at least that's what I thought. In middle school, my mother dropped me and my two sisters off at my Aunt Joyce's and would occasionally come back to visit. My aunt was the only one who saw me. She loved me. She believed in me. At the age of 27, I experienced a suicidal breakdown. I drove my car on the freeway going 100 miles per hour with one goal in mind, to take my life. The result was my car breaking down and me waking up out of a 2-month coma due to alcohol poisoning. That was the beginning of being in and out of the hospital for numerous suicide attempts and trips to jail for possession of illegal substance. For whatever reason, I was continually released and eventually was sent to a mental health facility. In 2015, I was a passenger in a head-on collision, causing severe neck and back injuries and loss of memory. In 2016, I moved to Reno after learning my mother also wanted me dead. It was at that time I met my father for the first time, at the age of 34. I recall being sober for a few years, but unfortunately, I ended up relapsing with my father, who was also an addict. I lost my place. That's not fair. After living with him for a couple of years, I had to leave due to our relationship becoming abusive. Falling back on false comforts of drugs and alcohol, I was once again homeless. In 2019, while I lived in Reno shelter, I was hit by a truck while riding my bicycle and sustained a concussion hematoma on the brain. By the grace of God, I'm still here. The one person I truly trusted, my Aunt Joyce, passed in 2000. She left me an inheritance, including a home in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, it did not take long for my mother and uncle to take my inheritance. In 2023, I was arrested for possession of methamphetamines after a client I was caring for turned me in because I wouldn't share my drugs with her. I was sentenced to specialty court and was facing 3 to 5 years in prison if I did not make a move to turn my life around. I then transferred from drug court to mental health court in October of 2023 and graduated from mental health court program in January 25. Participating in mental health program gave me all the tools I needed to face my trauma through counseling, therapy, one-on-one coaching, and weekly anger management classes. My involvement with mental health court led me to Circles from one of my peer support specialists, who happens to be a graduate of Circles. In February of 2024, I graduated from Circles Phase 1, The Art of Emotional Resilience with Perfect Attendance. On January 23rd, 2025, I completed my 18-month program with Mental Health Court and was joined by Circles family in celebrating this accomplishment. The trauma, addictions, and suicide attempts did not keep me from striving to be the best version of myself. Despite the difficult years filled with trials and tribulations, I graduated high school in 1996 with a 3.9 grade point average. I went to study business communications for 2 years, as well as graduated top of my class from Vidal Sassoon Academy, passing my state exams on the first try. My future is everything I commit myself to. I know my past does not define me. In the past 2 years of being in the mental health program, I have moved from being homeless to transitional living, and now I have my own apartment. I bought a car, and I've been employed for over 2 years. I have an amazing support system, friends who I can count on, grow with, and support in return. I continue to create new goals, and I can honestly say that I love the woman I've become, the woman I always was, just hiding in the darkness. I am now 1 year and 9 months clean, and I am grateful to be on this road to recovery. Mental health court has been a huge part of me breaking barriers that were holding me back. 2024 was a year of reflection, a year of growth, and the happiest I've ever been. Knowing that there are people who care and want to see you succeed, they remind you of the potential and the worth that you are. I am proud to be a graduate of Mental Health Court, and I'm grateful for their help. Thank you.
It's pretty spectacular, huh?
How you folks doing? My name is Jesse Byton, and I'm going to read you my story. Hi, my name is Jesse Byton, and I have dual diagnosis, which means that I have schizophrenia and am in recovery from substance use. I am in mental health court because I was using drugs and got stopped with an acquaintance of mine on 8/4/2023 for a taillight out. Told the officer the truth that I had a baggie in my wallet. The officer said that if he finds any drugs, that I'm going to jail. It came up positive for drugs, and off to jail I went. In my mind, I wanted the drug more than anything in the world, but through my soul, told God that if he would help me through this, I would give it up. My acquaintance came back the next night and handed me the pipe, but I gave it back to him and said, no, thank you, and you have got to go. I am not doing the drug no more. The most team talked to me about doing mental health court because I could never give the drug up. So I talked to the attorney, and she, along with me, entered a plea of guilty to have the charges dropped. Since my time in mental health court, I have gotten back on the right meds, been 20 months sober, hold down a part-time job at North Bay Industries making flags for the American soldiers, and thanked the manager for working with me again and that I will not let him down. I have been attending NA and have a home group that is called Happy Mondays, where I am the group service representative. I also test at alternative sentencing twice a week, go to Bible study 2 days a week, not to mention tons of therapy. And most of all, work the 12 steps with my sponsor, Addict to Addict. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you for allowing me to show you that I can be all that I can be, to say that I can take responsibility for my life once again, that mental health court mental health court has saved my life, and that on June 12th, 2025, I will graduate the program. Feeling understood by the people I came in contact with, it has been such an honor to speak to you about my experience with mental health court. Don't do it. Drugs are bad. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. Do you want to stay in a picture? Do you want to do a picture? Come on, Ebony. You guys are successful, and just what I said earlier, it is one person at a time, right? But now we have two. And I heard in the proclamation, there's 36 more. We had 38 graduates, right, this last year. So thank you for your good works. Is there any other family or friends that you want to share? Thank you again so much. Okay, you're welcome. All right. We're just going to keep celebrating this morning, right? So this is also a time that we love to talk about the longevity and the great work that Carson City residents get from our employees. They really, really care about their community and their jobs. I'm always so pleased when I talk to employees that tell me how much they enjoy their job, right? It's pretty good instead of saying, oh, I hate the job. They really do love their jobs. And so we're going to start off with Marie Martinson, who's a criminalist, 20 years. I always ask, right, how many more do I get? I said me, not him. How many more do I get? A lot more. A lot more. I'm loving this, but just really want to thank you for your service to our community. Thank you.
Cool job, Marie. I'm over here. Wow, this is really a great pleasure. This is National Police Memorial Week, and we honor those officers and such that have passed along the way. Here in Carson, the Sheriff's Office has about 150 employees. At last count, about 120 or so volunteers. Why do I bring this up? Marie has worked in just about every capacity at the Sheriff's Office. She has been a phenomenal asset, including working in the jail with the medical unit down in that area. She has worked in just about every capacity, always keeping alive and taking on new challenges. She is currently a forensic evidence custodian or forensic evidence analyst, all that kind of those big words. Yeah. and her trio team is over here supporting her. It's just been a fantastic career, Marie. We couldn't imagine doing it without you. Thank you very, very much.
Gosh, I can't believe this. We have another 20-year employee. How about Martha Tinajero? Right? A judicial assistant, 20 years. Tom's asking if you're gonna go another 10. Oh, see that? See that? Thank you for your service. It's so appreciated.
Okay, I have notes here. I don't like to use them. So Martha began working the course as a part-time employee. You started in high school, right? In high school. And I have known Martha since I started in Carson City in 2001. And I got to work with her. I became a judge as a clerk, and she's just a fantastic employee, loyal, dedicated, kind, just as good as it gets. We not too long ago, we were promoted her to being like a supervising clerk, and I was a little worried. So I don't know, is Martha too nice to be a supervisor? Is Martha going to be able to? And she is too nice to be a supervisor, but it doesn't mean you can't be a good supervisor and be as kind as Martha is too. She did a fantastic job, and was wonderful in that job. And then so much so that when our former assistant retired, that Martha applied for the job, and there was just no doubt that she's going to get it. So Martha's been doing, she is the assistant for both justice court judges, both court administrators. There's a lot to do, and she does it like she's done everything since the first day I met her, with kindness and sweetness and dedication and loyalty. And you can't ask for a better person to work with. I was thinking yesterday, both of our kids are at the middle school championship track meet, and I remember holding her babies during an office of, for 13 years ago or something, I don't know, long time ago. So you grow together, and you become, you have work family, and Martha's definitely part of my work family. So thanks, Martha, for everything. Great job, as always.
Okay, so we had 20 years. Now we're going all the way down to the beginners. We have our 5-year employees. How about Elizabeth Morelli, an accounting tech? I see you often across the way, every day coming into work. Thank you so much for all you do for the city. And now Andy will sing your praises.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So we talked about community today. So Ellie here, Elizabeth, but she goes by Ellie. She is a community girl here, gone to school, graduated, has a home, family. Oftentimes we talk about the day-to-day duties that everybody does that makes it notable what they do. I want to kind of tell you about the personal side of Ellie that everybody doesn't get to see. So first of all, she's an adventurous spirit. So from going to Thailand to Europe to Mexico, all places in between. I think there's even some skydiving in there, motorcycling. So she does quite a bit. Even Coachella, she made that left turn like Bugs Bunny. I say adventurous because back in 2023, I don't know if it was the email that you were reviewing, but anyway, she sees the Special Olympics ad for the polar plunge. And so she gets the whole office involved into doing the polar plunge. So if you know me, I hate cold water, but we did it. And so every year since then, we've been doing the polar plunge. And so one of the things I want to comment about Ellie is not only her dedication, we know that, but it's her rising up to the occasion. So last year we had a press release that we put out, and Cameron reached out to me because Univision, the local Spanish television station, wanted to do an interview with us. So on spur of the moment, I asked Ellie if she would step in and do the interview. And so she had showed up, and she's like, oh my gosh, I got to go home and get the right clothes on. So she goes home, gets set up, and then she does the interview. And then, of course, like all of us, when we present in front of the public, she was like, I did horrible. But you watched the interview, and she did great. I mean, it's not her job duty to do a press release or to do a public interview, but she knocked it out of the park. And so other thing about her is she also volunteered to go through the Chamber Leadership Program. She's a graduate for last year and assisted with the rededication, the refurbishing of the firefighter memorial in honor of Stan Jones when they dedicated the last year. So she's done an outstanding job. We can't thank her enough. And for all those other supervisors and department heads, poaching is a crime. Do not take her from us. We will prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you. Congratulations, Ellie. Thank you so much.
And she always has a smile for the customers, always. Like I said, I can see her across the way, and she just is always smiling and helpful, right? So it exudes, right? It really comes out, and the customers love her. So thank you for all you do. Thank you. Okay. And oh no, you have to stay up for proof of, well, you've already been on camera, so you know what we have to do. Okay, how about Judith Moore? From the landfill gate. Oh my gosh, 5 years? All of it at the landfill?
And speaking of coaching, she started with me.
Oh, the real truth is coming out. The real.
Congratulations, Judy. Look at that smile. So that is how she meets people that are coming into the landfill every day, and super smart, super knowledgeable of what goes on, where to send people. and answers questions. I, from time to time, disguise myself and drive out there as a customer to see what kind of treatment I get. And there's Judy with this big smile, has no idea who I am, but she treats me so good. So it's a testament to how she treats everybody, and we're very, very fortunate to have her. So great. So welcome for 15 more or so, Judy, maybe? Sounds good. There we go. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's an oral agreement, right? Okay, and how about Haley Wilson for Programming Outreach Coordinator? Wow. Has it been 5 years already? I find that so hard to believe. It feels like yesterday, but it does still, right? But thank you for all that you do. Well, I'll let Joy tell you about your great library work, but thank you.
Yes, thank you, and congratulations. Haley is just a superstar. She is our programming and outreach coordinator, as the mayor said, and what that means is she's responsible for all of our outstanding programming at the library. Her hard work has seen the library's programs double, sometimes triple from our average, and in the 5 years she's been with us, she's been promoted twice. And if you have, she not only oversees our programming and coordinating of programs, but she is also our story time lady. So if you have any kiddos that come to the library, this is Miss Haley. She's very popular and sometimes gets stalked at the grocery store. And the kids are always surprised that she doesn't live at the library. So even though it might feel like she does, she is just such an incredible asset to the library and always greets the kiddos with kindness and helps them improve their literacy skills. And she's just such an asset and such a superstar. And she's doing all of this while she's getting a master's degree. So yeah, she is amazing. So thank you, Haley, and congratulations again.
Congratulations. All right. Do we have any other family or friends that need to jump in the picture? Because it's all about community. Come on in and celebrate. Let's do it. Come on up here. Come on up here. We got room. Yeah, somebody will stand next to you.
It's because he's got a beard. He looks scary now. They're using him in the haunted house.
You ready? What you got?
No. Can we have where Tom is at? Either come here on this side or go to the back?
But it's true. Thank you all again. Thank you again. Those were so wonderful.
We're going to invite
I would be honored to do it. I'd be honored to do it. There is 2 more. We are on. I told you we were celebrating today, right? Started us off with a great prayer, and it's about community this morning. So we're going to work to Kids to Parks Day.
What's that?
Kids to Parks Day.
Kids to Parks Day?
Absolutely. It's coming up.
I'm here, buddy.
Come on up. Come on up. It's the parks people. Are you going to do this one? Yeah, we have a good time at this, don't we?
We do.
It is fun.
It is fun. Yeah, we're looking
Well,
forward to it.
and it's the same day that some other group thought it was a good day. But you can split your time, right? Because both of you are 10 to 2, right? Is that right? I got 10 to 2, right? So, you can come and have a Band-Aid, have some fun, and then run over and get on a big vehicle, something of that nature. So, whereas May 17, 2025 is the 15th Kids to Park Day organized and launched by the National Park Trust held annually on the third Saturday of May. Whereas Kids to Park Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoor and visit local parks, public lands, and waters. Whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat issues of childhood obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and hypercholesteremia. Yeah, I know what that one is. I don't really know what that one is, but that one's a diabetes too? Oh, why did they repeat that? Okay. Whereas Kids to Park Day. Oh, cholesterol. I'm like, why would they? I'm like, what? I thought it was a fancy word for it. There you go. Whereas Kids to Park Day will broaden children's appreciation for nature and outdoors. And whereas Kids to Park Day will recognize the importance of recreating responsibly while enjoying the benefits of the outdoors. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Lori Bagwell, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim May 17, 2025 as Kids to Parks Day. Is there something fun we're going to do? I love going to this event. I really do. Tell me something fun about it, John.
So on Saturday, 10 to 2, as the mayor said, at Mills Park, we have about 25 participating organizations, all from around our community as well as Reno. We're going to have 3 food vendors, so we're excited about that. So you can come and get some food and drinks for the kids. And then it is a free event. So bring your kids, your grandkids. We're hoping the weather cooperates. The mayor's really supported this event, for the last few years, and we really appreciate that it's been at Mills Park. I think this is the department's 8th Kids to Parks Day, so we're really excited about that. And it is a day of national outdoor play. So the objective is just to get kids out in nature and get them into the community and enjoy the day. So we're really looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. It really is a good time. So come and just have some fun. And like you said, it is free. So bring your families and do that for a few hours and then go do duck races or whatever in the little pipes at the Public Works. So it's all about getting out. That's the whole idea, is to get out and interact with others in the community and kids. So we love that. Is there anybody else we want in the pick? The little race is really fun. I don't want to spoil it, but it's really fun. Okay. So we have one more. It is National Public Works Week. Look at that. Come on up. Come on up. Don't stand in the back. We want to celebrate you. There you go, right? Yeah, it's not even yellow. Yeah, fluorescent. So, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Carson City. Whereas these infrastructure facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Carson City to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. Whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Lori Bagwell, Mayor, do hereby designate the week of May 18th through the 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. it really is kind of interesting because you don't think of it at a national level, but it really is, right? Because when you have a true catastrophe, some of us did some practice a week or two ago, and you find out how things really are a national issue, how quickly they become that. So hopefully your guys are going to make sure we're never on the national news, right? Yeah, try your best. Keep doing that because that's not where we want to be, right? Lisa and I did that exercise and we never want to be there. We are here to tell you the truth. No, it is a bad idea. And I really count on and thank each and every one of you for helping us make sure we're not on the national news because you do such a great job. Thank you all for that. How about some, and then, yes, you're going to do May 17th in Carson City, right? Tell them some fun they can do.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Board of Supervisors is my favorite week of the year. We have representatives for each one of our divisions within Public Works. So these are really the individuals that make it all go round. So from utilities to streets to engineering to fleet to landfill, it's across the board, electrical. So yeah, we have a couple of big events today and tomorrow. We have all the fifth graders from all the Carson City middle schools coming to take a tour of Public Works. So several hundreds of those kids are coming over, and we're excited to get them young and plant that seed to maybe consider a career in Public Works. And then on Saturday is our open house to the public from 10 to 2 in the corporate yard off of Buckeye Way there. So everyone is invited to come and learn about Public Works, what we do for the community, look at the equipment that we use, and there's some games and giveaways and stuff for all ages. So please come and join us on Saturday if you can. So thank you very much.
Thank you all again. Thank you so much. Okay. I did them all. Okay.
Okay, there you go. Character.
We might have to have a contest. Earn money. The sheriff did something so people could earn money for a cause. We might have to do that. Okay. We're now on to our consent agenda. No one requested. Supervisor Giomi, are you ready for a motion?
I am, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 9A, 10A, 11A, B, C, D, E, F, G, no G, and 12A and 12B, all as presented.
I have a motion and a second for the approval of the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. We're now on to agenda item 14A, discussion and possible action concerning the 2026 South Carson Neighborhood Improvement District. Hope, are you going to start us off on this?
Just very briefly, what you have before you is, and you receive this annually, is the city engineer's estimate for the assessment based on the anticipated budget. We have advertised and done noticing to determine if there's any hardships. We have not received any hardships, and or hardship requests, I should say. And we have not received any objections in advance, but we have advertised this hearing, so there may be people in the audience with objections.
Okay, does any member have a question? Did anybody in the public have a question or comment on this item? I'll accept a motion, please. Supervisor Horton. We didn't have any complaints, so we don't need one. Oh, we didn't have any complaints, so we don't have to do a thing since no one complained. Well, how'd that happen? Okay, but we've done the public report. Then we'll move on to agenda item 14B, which is a report from the city engineer for the 2026 Downtown Neighborhood Improvement District. Hope?
Thank you, Mayor. And again, this is an annual action that you take. And so we have noticed everyone within the downtown mid property, all property owners, and advise them of this hearing. What you have before you is the proposed assessment based on the anticipated budget from the city engineer. We have not received any requests for hardships, and we have not received any objections, although there may be people in the audience today. Thank you.
Is there anyone for public comment or request on this item? Didn't have a chance to pre-do it with Hope. No? Okay, then we don't need a motion here either because we didn't receive any complaints. Okay, then we're going to move on to agenda item 15A. And this is where we discuss our legislative activity. Cameron.
Good morning, Mayor and Supervisors. For the record, I'm Cameron Gresh, Carson City Government Affairs Liaison here with your legislative update recurring item. Just as a reminder, the list of legislation that Carson City is tracking, which could be discussed in this meeting, is available on carson.org/legislature. With that being said, let's get into it. So there are 19 days left in the session. The last time I spoke to you, the Economic Forum was giving its report to the legislature regarding its budget projections for the next biennium. These projections, they make them in December, and then they finally make their report in May. The report estimated a $190 million deficit from the estimates from December. These were, the reasons for this were varied, but were cited as a decline in tourism in the southern part of our state and a decline in sales tax revenue. And so with that, I will just go into a very brief update on two pieces of legislation. I will first start off with Senate Bill 116, which is a pay raise for county elected officials bill. We've been tracking this one very closely with our partners, especially at NACO, who've been managing discussions on this bill. It has had the last hearing it will need in the legislature. It is now slated for, or excuse me, it is awaiting, not slated for yet, as of this meeting, a work session to pass it out of the Assembly Government Affairs Committee and send it to the Assembly floor, where it will be voted off and then sent to the governor. So it is very close to the end of the process. I will just note here, when it was voted out of the Senate, it was a very significant margin with only 2 nay votes and 19 yeas. Moving on then to AB 66, which is a significantly amended bill that would add another district court judge to Carson City. We spoke about this before. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., this piece of legislation is being heard in the Assembly Ways and Means Committee on account of its fiscal notes submitted by local governments such as ours, which we participated in. AB 66 was heavily amended from its initial draft. At first, it included judicial increases for every single district in the state, following an overnight amendment after the bill's initial hearing in the Assembly, or excuse me, Assembly Judiciary Committee. It was heavily amended to reduce the number of districts that would be receiving judges to 2, ours, and then Humboldt County. I apologize, I don't remember the exact number of their district. But that is the basically substance of the bill. It is now much shorter. We are being asked to support this legislation at Friday at 8 a.m. by a few stakeholders. And so with that, I believe I've finished my note review of AB 66, and so I now open it up to the board for discussion and possible action.
Thank you, Cameron. So do we have a pleasure on what we think about this one? It would add the district court judge to Carson City, and it would be effective January of 27. We'd have the new judge, because in 26 they would have to file
That is correct.
for office. And so Supervisor Giomi.
I just had a couple of questions. Did we, when we first brought this up, I commented that I felt the fiscal note was woefully inadequate. Did we amend the fiscal note?
No, it hasn't been amended.
Okay. And secondly, does, there are multiple counties, it's just, I'm ignorant to this, so that's why I'm asking the question. There are multiple counties in Nevada where there's one district court judge that covers multiple counties. In those counties, do you know if the costs are shared among the county, or, because I know those judges travel from county to county, does anyone know if costs are shared across counties? Or does the county where the judge is sort of housed pay for all of the support staff, all of the court needs? Does anybody know that? I'm curious. I'm
Max
asking
can
because our
probably-
district covers Carson City and Story County.
And
And
I
right now, Carson City is picking up, as far as I know, all of the cost of the district court. I understand the argument that the vast majority of the cases come from a town of 58,000 with a state capital and state prisons, which generate a lot of those cases. But, I can imagine Story County doesn't generate a few cases. So, Max?
Good morning, Max Cortez, Court Administrator. So, Story County, they do contribute to the judicial assistance. 15,000, I believe, for Judge Woodbury's assistant, and $15,000 for Judge Lewis's assistant. In our discussions about security, they have committed to paying $25,000. I want to make sure I get the numbers right for you. $25,000 per fiscal year to assist with security. They have committed to contributing $5,000 to $10,000 for the judges' furniture. It hasn't been budgeted yet because that's next fiscal year, but we have spoken with Austin Osborne, the county manager, and Jim Hindle, the clerk in Story County. And so there is a commitment. They have spoken to their commissioners, and there is a commitment to assist with some of that funding. And we are planning to talk to them more about what else they can help contribute for the support staff.
How about if we contribute and we have the next judge in Story County? I'm joking. I'm joking. Thank you for sharing that information, though, that in terms of the number of or the quantity of funds you're contributing. I appreciate
The other thing I want to say, the courtroom, the third courtroom on the district court, in the district court on the third floor, that's been constructed. We constructed that in 2015. That was with grant money and court restricted money. So that third courtroom is functioning, it's workable. So we have the courtroom. We've identified one jury room with some minor remodeling costs can be converted into a chambers. And so we are planning to write a grant July 1st. For the AOC. We have been very successful in the past writing remodeling grants and other grants for technology. So we do have that in our plan to write that grant in July to help with offsetting some of those costs. We did propose to the mayor and Nancy about $159,000 to offset costs for the first year for support staff. So, and that's all going to be paid out of court-restricted money. We would contribute more, but unfortunately, we don't have enough. We don't generate enough like Clark County and Washoe County, which we're always so envious of their millions that they generate. But we were able to come up with $159,000 to offset the first year for staff to come on board to support that judge.
Anybody else? Supervisor White.
Thank you. I have to agree with Supervisor Giomi that the fiscal note is substantially lower than what I think I'm seeing happening in the construction world. That said, the idea of whether we should support or oppose this particular bill, I think it's irrelevant. The legislature is going to do what they want to do. I think a better approach would be remain neutral, but ask for some consideration in the timeline, because we still have some pretty substantial projects laid out right in front of us, one of which is the space needs at the courthouse. I don't feel like, in my opinion, we have adequately funded the remodel and space needs at the juvenile center. I think we need some time to understand what the fiscal implication is actually going to be and have an extended timeline for these requirements so that we can get this all folded into a cohesive program, so we're not doing hodgepodge nonsense that has to be redone in 10 years. That's where I'm at.
Supervisor Schutte.
I just have a question regarding, in terms of the statewide need, or what determined Carson City and Humboldt needing additional judges where other areas didn't?
So thank you very much, Supervisor Schutte. I wish I had a more specific answer for you. I believe based on the last hearing that this bill had, it was the statewide report on judicial caseload and capacity that I don't think it was the legislature, I believe it was the judicial branch, undertook across the state. The data, all the data being cited during the hearing was taken from this single report, which Clark County noted in their opposition testimony that they delivered about a month and a half ago. They were amended out of this bill subsequently, along with many other counties, except for ours. I believe the legislature, based on that report, solely identified Humboldt and Carson City as having a particular need, and so that is why we, along with Humboldt, remained in this legislation. I'm hoping to get more insight into that as I engage with stakeholders on this bill, but as of right now, that is what I believe has occurred.
Potentially, Judge Lewis or Judge Woodbury would like to address the workload. I think that reports are great, but just numbers alone don't tell the story, because the complexity of cases, I can't see that over a statistic, right? I can use statistics as benchmarks, but why don't we just talk to the two that are in the trenches every day, and what you see, is it a true need and is it now? I think that's really the discussion point that I heard here, is to address the now versus can we amend the bill and put a different date that judge would come online. That's kind of a discussion.
Good morning, Kristen Lewis, District Court Judge. I was appointed in 2024 and I've been there now almost a year and a half. I understand the costs, the challenges, all of the things that come up as far as consideration of an additional district court judge. When this bill was initially introduced, Judge Woodbury was able to hear some of that initial conversation. I know expense-wise, that was a big part of the issue as it relates to Washoe County, Clark County, and having facility. I know that there was conversation that then was had in order to specifically address Carson City and Churchill, and that was purely based upon caseload numbers. Carson City, as I understand it, being the capital, we have the largest caseload per judge in our district. And I can tell you, I knew coming into this job and what I put in for this job. I talked to Judge Russell, I talked to Judge Wilson. I was aware of the demands of the job, but both of those judges by that point in time had been in the position for 15 years plus. I can tell you, stepping in, having to run an election, having to jump through a number of hurdles and having to do the job every day, not only is it a big job, which I signed on for, I'm willing to take that job, the challenge becomes access to justice. The challenge becomes trying to find time to fit cases onto the calendar. When I have jury trials that are double stacked or back to back, there's no time for me to review motions. There's no time for me to address other cases. Every case that gets submitted to the court with motions filed and a decision requested to be made has a 60-day clock ticking for me to get to those cases. And I can tell you, even though I endeavor and I work more than 5 days a week, more than 40 hours a week in every single given week, I've had cases I can't meet that time frame. I just simply can't. And that's a deficit to Carson City. It's a deficit to the decisions that are waiting to be made or waiting to be heard from the litigants in our cases, which range from child welfare decisions to family law cases, emergency issues. The number of cases that Carson City has is significant. Since we're the capital, we have cases that involve challenges to the Nevada Constitution. They're complex cases. They're not things that you can easily read, digest, and have a decision done in a day or two. It just doesn't work that way. Having the prison system, we get an awful lot of cases that were never addressed or resolved here just by virtue of they're in prison here. And so if an issue comes up with respect to how they're being treated in prison, whether or not time was revoked, all of those come to us as well. There's a number of cases that we have legislatively that are priorities that have to be addressed first. Trying to get to all of those things and manage that caseload reasonably is a significant challenge. Being able to do that and manage Story County, which is also growing, as well as Carson City. The challenge is we want to grow, we want to do right by the citizens when we're growing, and we have to plan for everything that we do because there's consequences that come with that growth. And I can't manage it effectively and represent our community and do what we need to do. And I want to do that to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Judge Woodbury.
So I'm the new guy, of course, and I know some of the board shares my my interest in history. The first judicial district in its current configuration was established in 1977 with Carson City and Story County, 2 judges since 1977. We're coming up on 50 years where we've been operating with 2 judges. And obviously it was fine in 1977 when I think the population of Carson City in Story County was 20,000 or less. It doesn't work today. Well, it works. I mean, if we don't get the 3rd judge, are we going to fold up shop and say, forget it, we're closing down? Of course not. It will work. It will continue to work, but the pace of justice is really what's at issue and what Judge Lewis talked about. I'll give you a real world example. I did a trial in a different life up in Washoe County, got appointed as a special prosecutor, did a trial. And as always happens in a trial, something came up at the last minute and we couldn't proceed on the date. The judge in that case continued it for 2 weeks. If the same thing happened in Judge Lewis's court or in my court today, you would be looking at best at the end of this calendar year before we could squeeze a trial in. So you're looking at 6 months where somebody's in custody. The judiciary is a unique thing in government because there's a choke point. There's 2 choke points in the first judicial district because every decision has to come from us. We can have staff to assist. We can utilize technology to make things go faster. But ultimately, every decision that comes out of the first judicial district comes through Judge Lewis or myself. And those are choke points. There's only so much you can do. There's only so fast you can do it. The other thing I'd ask the board to consider in evaluating your position on this is Story County. And I just say that because we've got an obligation to them as well. And I will tell you that the 3 biggest cases I am dealing with, the 3 most time-intensive cases, are from Story County. I've got a 2-day hearing next week on a Story County matter. And sometimes with their size, it's easier to I don't want to say forget, but I guess not remember that they're a part of it too. But the demands that Story County is placing on the district have a direct effect on our ability to deliver timely justice to citizens that we serve. So that's another thing that we're dealing with.
Thank you. I think it's imperative, and maybe we certainly know the players in Story County, and so maybe we'll make a call to see what can happen to get some support, because I don't think it's the responsibility of the Carson City taxpayer to carry the caseload of Story County. But I recognize that you both do have that role because that's the area that you support. So certainly offline, maybe we can get together with Story County to look at some apportionment and ways in which we can fairly get compensation to cover the employees. So I really appreciate Max and you indicating that they're already stepping up to look at that, to what they can do to help, but I need it to be a consistent resource. So maybe we'll talk to Austin, the manager there, to say, no, it can't be one-time furniture. We're talking about what is a sustainable amount, and maybe it's got to be, instead of 15 and 15, maybe it's got to be 25 and 25 for the assistants. Maybe we just have to look at caseloads and time. But certainly, I understand the issue. And so for me, because the courtroom is ready on the third floor, I don't have near the angst on the district court level. I have a lot more angst on the justice of the peace level, because that will be exactly what Supervisor White said, a lot more chaotic. Courtrooms moving, rehab being done. And so what's before me today, though, is to talk about the district court. So I can support that we need another district court judge. I mean, how long are we going to keep going with the caseload, I guess, is the real answer. And when do you pull the trigger? And I thought about asking for like a 2-year delay, but the real understanding is they're 6-year terms. And so the real setup is all the district court judges come up at the same time. And so unless you're backfilling really an open seat, everybody's going to get elected at the same time. So a little bit different in the district court. So those are just my thoughts, that I'm not opposed to supporting the legislation. I do have slight reservations in the fact that our court is, like you said, we're uniquely poised to accept caseloads that other district court judges don't have to do. Like you said, the prison system is a huge one that generates cases the rest of the people don't necessarily have to encounter. And so I wish there was a little more assistance from the state. And so hopefully they'll recognize that when you apply for the grants, that we have some unique attributes that others don't have, and that we rise to the top of the food chain to get court improvement dollars. So I know that can't be guaranteed, but I certainly hope that's part of the overall discussion. So Supervisor White?
Thank you. I know you talked about you had 3 cases out of Story County. What's your actual complete caseload and time obligation to Story County? And I ask that maybe it's time to give Story County to Lyon County or somebody else to get us some relief. What are your thoughts on that?
We handle Story County's law and motion calendar, which is similar to our law and motion calendar. We do that once a month. Since I've been there, the caseload on the criminal side is growing, so is the civil side. The Supreme Court puts out annual statistics as to what that caseload looks like. It's not rising to a level where it needs its own judge at this point in time, but it continues to grow. It continues to generate cases in terms of the industrial park and all of that. And then the family law cases and the criminal cases as well. There's a new sheriff up there. He's handling things a bit different than has been done in the past, and so that caseload is growing. In terms of the percentage of cases and time that we address, I haven't had a jury trial out of a Story County case yet. It's probably about, so far, 10% or less of my workload.
And that's exactly the number I was going to say. It's a bit of a guesstimate, but it's an educated guess. It's about 10% on a normal,
Okay.
spread out.
I think it's worth exploring transferring Story County over to, I don't know what the caseload Lyon County carries on their own, but if it's easy for them to absorb Story County, but we're having difficulty getting to our own cases, maybe it's time to unload Story County.
Comment. Supervisor Schutte?
I'm just wondering if, in light of some of the additional needs that the state prison being here and the state capitol being here, Is it, are there opportunities to discuss this at the legislative level in terms of assistance from other agencies?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, those are absolutely conversations I can have. The board is free to recommend an amendment at this next hearing that can be drafted very quickly and shopped around just as quickly. So if that's something the board wants to explore, we can have those conversations immediately.
So let's talk about the options of testimony. So we can support as is, we can be neutral, we can support with amendment, we can be opposed. And so I guess for me, I think it would be wrong of us just to go up and say we support. Because we all know that the long-term financial impact, but I want to support the bill because I also know the long-term caseload. So there, to me, those are two different issues, right? One is a financial ability to carry on, and one is the justice side of the equation. So what if we support with comment? Because I think that what we're after is to let them know that we feel the pinch. So we support this because it's good justice. It's the right thing to do for the caseload, but we also recognize the burden that this places upon us and that we may be looking at later times to look at some of the other ideas like Supervisor White suggests, that we're telling them we'd like to work on a committee or like to work with the judges to see if there's other avenues to help pay, or, you know, that you're saying we don't think this is the end of the story, I guess is the issue. It's not the end of the story.
And I think, you know, regarding the burden or regarding the responsibilities, if we are addressing cases that didn't generate out of Carson City, but because of proximity to the prison, I think it's a fair question and a fair conversation to have about the other jurisdictions. How can they help support these costs?
Okay, Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously, I'm not against asking for money from the state. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Mhm.
But we're kidding ourselves. We are absolutely kidding ourselves if we think they're going to give us a penny.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
So, I mean.
That's why I said no amendment.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying we don't ask. I just,
Right.
I don't think we should be going into this with our eyes, you know, I don't know. The metaphor
agree.
wasn't coming to my tiny brain. But, you know, the concerns I have are, this is no question in my mind that the workload that you two and your staff are facing is there. No question. But we just had our budget hearing, and, you know, we heard from, where did Garrett go? We heard from Garrett. He needs staff. We heard from the sheriff. Oh, there you are. He needs staff. We heard from the sheriff. He needs staff. I know you know this. And I guess I'm just expressing to you my concern, given where we're seeing our budget, where we're seeing our sales tax numbers come in, and the decreasing numbers we're seeing, the decreasing tourism, the almost $200 million change in state budget. I'm scared. I'm scared that we're not going to have the money to do all the things we need to do. And we haven't even started the remodel for the Justice Court. We don't even have bids yet. And so, you know, I really hope that I have a sense that there's a little bit of a downplay on the financial needs to make a third district court. That's my concern, frankly. I don't think there was an honest assessment of the cost. A jury room, chambers for the judge, bathroom for the judge. I don't know that all that was considered, because when I saw the budget number, it was under $500,000. That's a ridiculously low number. There's at least 4 staff. That's probably $600,000. That's my concern. I'm concerned that we don't have real numbers and we don't have a full appreciation for the cost. So that leaves me to a point where I have to make my vote on whether or not I think we can fund what we need to fund to do both the district court and the justice court with way less than all the information. And am I doing a disservice to our taxpayers? That's the struggle I have, quite honestly, with both of you. I'm not discounting your need, but that's my concern. I don't know that we have the full picture. And it alarms me that I'm having to make a decision now because this bill is coming up tomorrow when I don't have a full picture. That's where I am. That's the fight I'm having in my head, frankly.
I wish the bill was permissive instead of mandatory, you know, that we may add, so that if our numbers came in, we could pull the trigger whenever we wanted. You know, I get it. It's not set up that way, but at a point in time, we have to just make a decision where
Well,
we're going to go because the bill is up tomorrow. I think it's like many things, and I think that Stacy is right when he's saying, you know, I hate making these decisions in a vacuum, and I guess that's really what he's saying, right? Sad to say, I guess we have to make a lot of them with what we think is going to be happening, and I did discuss with the judges my concern too, that the sales tax right now, honestly, the state's in a mess with the implementation of their new computer system, and we're not able to align, and we believe still don't even have our money from our November sales tax. So it makes it really hard
The
to
months after that, or the months after.
yeah, to add staff. Because what happens when you add staff and then cash doesn't actually come in to support the budget, then there isn't choices, right? You leave every position vacant. You try to do all you can to meet the cash requirements of the system because you don't have a choice, right? Carson said he can't deficit. I listened to public comment this morning that said we were deficit. We are not. There's no such thing in the local government arena. We don't have a deficit. We don't have enough money to do everything we want to do, but we don't have any deficit fund. You know, that's just not true. We don't have any negative or zero ending fund balances, but I think the decision for us is difficult. And I think it's even more difficult for me as at which level. And so let me just ask hierarchy-wise, because, right, what percentage comes from the justice court that moves up? So felony versus, right, so everything that's a felony and above's moving on to you? So what percentage is that?
Both felony and gross misdemeanor cases move
gross.
up to the district court.
Gross. Okay.
Not sure I could capture what the percentages are. I would have to provide you with the statistics from the Supreme Court.
Because I look again to say, is there pressure? And that's what I'm truly trying to get to, is if we add the third justice of the peace, does that even put more pressure? Because cases are going to run through faster.
I
would
guess what I
assume.
would say in terms of the balance of my caseload, you know, you asked earlier about the percentage of Story County, the percentage of criminal cases that I handle in terms of criminal jury trials, cases that come up just for arraignment, sentencing, and all of that, probably, again, about 10 to 15% of my caseload. I would say the bigger bulk of my caseload, number one, is family law cases, which involves divorce, custody, guardianships, significant issues as it relates to families and children that need decisions pretty quickly. The other cases are the civil cases, and they're usually complex and significant and time-consuming.
Oh, I appreciate that. Supervisor Schutte, did you have something else?
Yeah, just a quick question in terms of the time frame. So you had mentioned the 6-year election cycle. Is there any flexibility on that? I understand not on the election cycle, but is to be able to to phase this in for the next
2 years later.
2 years later. Is that a possibility? And I understand it wouldn't be an easy possibility, but are there ways to make that work? Or does that just muddy things too much? I'd love some thoughts on that.
Thank you, Supervisor. As far as the net effect of a delay on our court system, I can't speak to that. However, I can say it is legislatively possible to request this language be added to the bill by the Assembly Ways and Means Committee.
So that the first term of the new district court judge would be 4 years, and then they'd pop into the 6-year cycle. I know when, if you recall, the legislature requested that all of the cities, we were already on the county schedule, so it didn't impact us, but all of the cities had to change their election cycles to be for the November and June primaries. And so what they had is obviously different board members that had expiring terms in the wrong places and all this kind of stuff. And the legislature wrote transitory language to get into the new implementation of the election schedule. So you can do it. Like Cameron says, you can do it. Is it the right thing to do? I don't know.
I think the challenge that creates, number one, is the district court judges in terms of election cycle is set by statute. Number two, if you change the time frame from it not occurring in 2027 with them running for election in 2026, then it would have to become an appointment. They would then have to run in the next held election, and then they'd be set for a later period of time as opposed to being elected into the position.
No, they would do just what they did in the cities. They all, you can say that the first election cycle will be November of 28 and run it as an election, and they take their seat in 29 and only get the first term as 4 years. And then thereafter, they'd fall in the regular cycle. Because you don't want to cause a special election or an appointment. I agree with Judge Lewis on that. And certainly Scott over there would, I don't know, he wouldn't quit on us, but he wouldn't like us very much if he had to do a special election. But what, do you guys have a thought on where you want to give Cameron direction? A little tougher than we thought.
My thought is to support it with comments, make clear our position and our concerns.
Support with comment. I can live with support with comment. What about, yes? So we're on it. Have we got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what comments? I mean, are we?
So the comments talking about the financial burden that it places on us, and even I think it's okay to even put out a little bit of a birdie note on Story County. You know, that Carson City also feels the burden of having to represent Story County. You know, and that.
I think we probably got to call Story
Yeah.
County before we do that.
Oh, I don't have a problem doing that.
Discussion with them, and
Right.
based on that discussion, it's,
Okay,
you know,
can do that.
I would feel very uncomfortable making that comment in the cold without a forewarning.
But do you or don't you think it's a burden for us to have to make a decision on behalf of Story County? I find that very objectionable, that I'm having to make a decision on whether or not to support a position that impacts Story County. That's all I'm saying. Not that they're the burden, that the decision should not be ours. It's an impact.
I agree.
Okay. Is that enough information for you?
Yes, Mayor, I can draft up some testimony hitting all of the points previously discussed and deliver it tomorrow morning in the supportive category.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public that wants to weigh in on any of this?
I would
Or Mark?
ask that.
Sure.
Once that language is drafted, let us know specifically what he's going to say, just in case we start fielding questions, we know what was testified.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I would imagine you probably have to do that after he testifies. I don't think he can share it with us ahead of time, can he? I'm asking.
Testimony?
I think after would be fine.
His testimony.
As long as we get it in the time
I agree.
Before my phone rings, how's that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then I already asked for public testimony. Okay, we're going to take just a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and we'll do item 16A, which is the interviews. I do want to, on the record, though, just in case people weren't aware, Mr. Caldwell withdrew his application. He had some other issues that came up that he was unable to attend to do the interviews. So Mr. Caldwell sent his good wishes and his thank yous, but he was unable to attend today to be able to be considered. So with that, we are in recess till 1/4 after. Board of Supervisors back to order. We're now going to do agenda item 16A, which is the interviews for our city manager position. Here's how it's going to work today. We are down to two candidates, Ms. Hicks and Mr. Martell. We will interview you separately. You will have an opportunity to do an opening statement if you would like. And then what happens is each of us can ask a series of questions. The questions will be mostly the same. There may be slight changes based on your own applications or something of that nature. And then we will interview the second candidate, and then both are welcome to be in the room when we make our decision upon that completion. We are going to start with Ms. Hicks because she's first on the agenda. So there you go. That was my flip of the coin on who goes first. So we're going to start with Ms. Hicks. So Mr. Martell, if you could please go into the outer room, I would be most appreciative. And someone will come and get you when it's your turn. Thank you. Please make sure the TV is off out there. She already did? Okay, because I could hear it earlier. Good morning, Ms. Hicks. Welcome to your interview, I think.
Thank
Is
you.
that a welcome thing? Yeah. And again, you're free to give us an opening statement if you'd like.
Okay, great. Thank you. For the record, Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. I just would like to start by thanking the board for this opportunity. I really am honored and humbled to have made it to be in the finalists for this position. I'm very passionate about the work that I do for the city. I love this job, and it has probably been the best place that I have ever worked. I feel that, and I hope that through my application and through the letters of references that I've provided to you, I've demonstrated to you that I'm not only technically capable to perform the duties as city manager, but that I am also professional, ethical, and that I've worked hard over the past 30 years to establish relationships in Northern Nevada, both local and state, as well as any of the other entities that we work with. And so I, again, just really appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. I thank you all for the time that we spent yesterday having conversations. I know this is probably one of the most difficult decisions that you'll ever make. And I appreciate that I get to be part of it. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Well, I'm going to start. And all of my questions are really aimed as scenarios because it's aimed at seeing how you think, right? It's not always about, is it the perfect answer? It's how do you think? How do you address issues? And so with that in mind, I'll start with my first one. In a small community like Carson City, relationships among elected officials can be close-knit and sometimes strained. Never happens here. If two members of the Board of Supervisors privately approach you with opposing views on a major issue and each asks you for confidentiality, how would you manage those conversations while preserving trust, transparency, and public interest?
Thank you. And that is, that is a very difficult situation. And I think the key to what you said is preserving confidentiality. And that's critical in the situation as the city manager or deputy city manager. However, I would encourage to see if there's an opportunity to have a conversation with those two elected officials. Obviously it would just be the two. We'd have to preserve, make sure we abide by open meeting law, but knowing that there is a conflict there, trying to see if I can bring them together for some consensus or some conversation about it. Otherwise, those items then would need to come to the Board of Supervisors for discussion throughout the entire board so that all five supervisors can have an opportunity to weigh in on what the issue is.
All right. Next one. All right. Let's talk about growth versus character. Carson City deeply values its historic identity. If a major developer proposes a project that promises economic growth, but would change the look and feel of a historic neighborhood, How would you guide the city through that decision while ensuring inclusive public input and balanced long-term planning?
Thank you. I think it's really important when we have a significant project like that to be able to gain public input and encourage public outreach, whether that's through design charrettes or other opportunities for the developer to consider the concerns of the community and the residents. There certainly are private property rights, and we have to respect those, and there is zoning and development standards that have to be met. But I do, in my planning background, I do believe that most often when those projects come forward, the developer is interested in getting the approval of the community as well. And so being able to collaborate, have outreach to stakeholders and residents in a public open forum where they can provide their comments and input. I also know in my experience as a planner that you can't always reach that 100% everybody agrees on a project, but I do think that there's ways to bridge gaps and gain consensus and have each side give some to end up with the project at the end that the entire community is proud of.
Okay. Imagine a major infrastructure failure, like a water main break, disrupting the daily life and raises questions about whether the city acted quickly enough. How would you respond to the public, support city staff, and lead the recovery effort while maintaining transparency and public confidence?
I think communication is the key. I think being able to get out and get information out to the public immediately is most important, to let them know what the failure is and how it will impact their day-to-day operations. And then also immediately to get the team together to decide how we can support whatever that loss of functionality is. There certainly would be conversations behind the scenes about what actually occurred and how we got there and how we can improve that in the future. However, I think what's important for the public at the moment is how we can support them to continue, whether they're a resident or a business, their daily operations while we repair and we get that information out to them timely and consistently.
As the capital of Nevada, Carson City often operates in a unique space between local priorities and state-level politics. Could be a little of our discussion today. How would you navigate tensions between state agencies and local government to make sure Carson City's voice and interests are respected?
I think it starts with relationship building before the issues arise. I think it's important that we are involved and we have established good relationships with our state partners in our day-to-day operations, so that when something does rise to the level that there is an issue, we can have open and frank conversations with them. So, and I really feel that that's in all capacities, relationship building. Being able to establish trust so that when those hard decisions are being made, or even when you're being told something that you don't want to hear or that you can't get to that area of agreement, you know that you can trust the information that you're receiving. So I think that you have to establish those relationships early on and be honest about what the issues are and try to build consensus.
Okay. And for my last question, strong leadership often means protecting both ethical standards and employee well-being. If a staff member raised concerns about misconduct but feared retaliation, what steps would you take to investigate the issue, protect the employee, but uphold the city's values?
I have been involved in several investigations during my time as deputy city manager, but also acting human resources director for the period of time that I served in that role. And confidentiality is of the utmost importance, but it's also important to thoroughly review any concerns that come in. I feel it really depends on the type of allegation that is made, and the level to which, there are some things that are, if it's a sexual harassment or it's a discrimination, there are federal standards that have to be upheld as well. And we also certainly don't want to open the city up to further liability if we don't thoroughly look into an allegation or a situation. But often that can be done with, and should be done without having to disclose the confidentiality of the individual that's reporting it.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Giomi, you're up.
Okay, some of the questions may have a similar theme, but I think I'm asking them in a slightly different way, so it's probably going to happen more than once. So feel sorry for you, Lisa, because you may have no questions to ask, but we'll see how it goes. Working in public service, I know you know this, brings a tremendous amount of responsibility in this role. Can literally affect thousands of people. One aspect of leadership that I find is not often talked about enough, in my opinion, is simple competence. And it's not simple, but competence. So how will you remain competent in this role? And probably equally importantly, how will you ensure that your direct reports remain competent in their roles?
One of the things that I've strived to do as the deputy city manager is we have annual executive leadership retreats. And during that time, we bring in topics and have discussions about areas for us to grow and also improve. So for example, this last year, one of the things that we did was we held our own strategic planning of our executive leadership team. And our goal in that was for us to look internally at what our strengths and weaknesses are, and also those opportunities and threats, and see how as an organization we could improve. And so through that, we have challenged ourselves and we have identified goals that we wish to meet. And I think that not only grows the organization, but it grows us as an executive leadership team. It allows us to be more effective. And one of those things that we focused in on is customer service. And so that is a goal of ours, is to improve our efficiencies and our customer service and the service levels that we provide the residents and the community. However, at the same time, we also do training, whether that's on how to initiate disciplinary actions, how to do an employee performance improvement plan. And so we are always looking for ways to keep so that we don't get stagnant, we don't get complacent in what we're doing as leaders. I have also had the opportunity to participate in the chamber leadership group. My class was 24, and I feel like that was also a way to get out into the community to talk to other leaders in our community about what they're doing in their roles and responsibilities. And one of the trainings that I think has been most worthwhile as a leader is the NACO High Performance Leadership Academy, which I attended. And it was online, and we did that during COVID. However, it really gave an opportunity for leaders in like positions to have conversations about the challenges that they were having in their positions and being able to brainstorm ideas and how to perform our improvement and be able to serve respectively in our roles.
Okay. Our elected officials, like Scott, Andrew was here earlier, they have statutory responsibility to carry out their roles, and in that regard, they have a lot of responsibilities. At the same time, this board has statutory responsibility to produce a budget. What examples can you provide where you've had to work between multiple constitutional type offices there to effectively serve a group of constituents who may have opposing views? In other words, how do you keep the electeds happy?
I feel fortunate that I think we have an outstanding group of elected officials that we work with in the community. And again, I think the relationship building is the key to any conflict, any relationship. And I have, as the deputy city manager, and even prior to that, as the real property manager, I've had the opportunity to work with those elected officials in many different capacities. And I think by being able to have those ongoing relationships with them, we can have honest conversations. An example, as you mentioned, one of the areas of conflict is the fact that, when we go through the budget process, we only have so much funding and we have to figure out where those priorities lie. And so we've taken it a little different approach in the last couple of years in meeting one-on-one with the departments and including those elected so that we can have a more in-depth conversation about their needs and really establish the reasons behind the priorities so that that helps us in advising the board, and also helps them because we try to guide them in the process of how to justify the requests that are coming before the board so that there's sufficient information there. I guess that I would say, and I'm proud of the relationships that I have with our elected officials, and I feel like we've been able to work through conflicts in the past, and I would continue to foster those relationships.
So this kind of leads to, the next question we ask you is very similar to an answer you provided, but I'd still like to have you explore it. How do you, nearly 80% of the tax dollars we get go to salary and benefits. We don't produce things here. We are people who serve people. And ultimately, that 80% goes to our staff who need to be productive, and frankly, they need to be happy so that they can serve our community. So I guess, how do you make sure that that service first attitude flows through from you to them to our public?
I think it's a constant area of improvement that we need to make. We need to be constantly evaluating those things. And even though I've been with the city for 9 years and 5.5 as the deputy city manager, I don't believe that just because we've always done it a certain way, we should continue to do that. I'm always looking for ways that we can be more efficient, we can be more effective, and that we can provide better service to our residents in our community. And I really feel that, and even as part of our strategic plan, one of the board's goals is for us to look for those quality improvement projects, and customer service is at the top of that in my mind. So right now, some of the things that I'm working on and implementing with our departments is we are looking at ways to improve our development, review, and permitting processes. We are looking at ways to improve our customer service, just how we respond to people, how we're greeting people that are coming into the community for businesses. And that's a strong goal of mine, is to improve those services. We also have been working on our Carson Connect, assessing that so that we're providing it in an efficient way for people to provide information to us as the city so that we can address their problems and improve their services. And that's as simple as, although it's not really simple, and I have to give James Salino the credit for that, but the application itself that shows up on the phone, we're looking at ways to streamline that so that it is much easier for people to find what they're looking for and make the requests that they need to make so that it's a more efficient service for them. So I really feel that constantly looking for ways to improve and have quality improvement projects is the key to that.
Would you be in support of or opposed to a requirement that all department directors or deputy directors be city residents? And I'd like you to explain your reasons for your answer. And just to be clear for any city folks who may be listening, I'm not talking about anyone who sits in a position. I'm not talking about eliminating anybody. I'm just talking about openings going forward. Would you be for or against? And please support your answer.
So I guess first I would say that, and I appreciate the fact you're not talking about anybody in an existing position. I think one of the first things that I would consider is whether people that are in that existing trajectory of their career path would be, considered exempt to that because they, may have come in and they're at a deputy director role and their next step would be director, and, kind of wasn't a condition at that point. I mean, I guess I would ask for that consideration. I do think that there are key roles that do need to be Carson City residents. And, obviously city manager is one of those. And arguably, I think deputy city manager is as well. And I think people knowing that coming into the position can make that determination and decision to do it. I also think that there are others. I think fire chief needs to, and deputy fire chief need to reside, emergency management, because that is emergency response within the community. However, I feel that it would be acceptable to determine a range for some of those other department heads, that they have to live within a certain response time. But with recruitment, I feel that there could be an opportunity perhaps to look at it in a way where there could be a Carson City preference or a way to score somebody higher if they're coming in and they are a Carson City resident. That gives them a preference. And the reason that I would hesitate to say everybody should be required is and it's certainly something that we could try. I just don't know if there is the applicant pool in all cases within the city limits. And so that would be my reason. I wouldn't want to limit the talent that we can bring to Carson City because we restrict where they reside.
Talk a little bit about your vision for economic development. We don't have that role. We've had it here in the past. It was brought up during the master plan process.
Right.
So I'd like to know your thoughts for ways that you as city manager could be a champion for economic development, either attracting businesses or retaining the businesses that we have.
Absolutely. I do think there's a lot of opportunities for us to work within our existing partnerships with NNDA and Western Nevada Development District to be looking for opportunities for us to bring in businesses in Carson City, and even getting a little bit more involved with the Governor's Office of Economic Development in the extent of, who's looking in the area, what type of businesses are they interested in, and are those a good fit for Carson City? That being said, I feel that, really the first step that we should take is to improve our processes internally. And as I mentioned, we're looking at our development review and our permitting. That would include our business licensing to ensure that we're providing the best levels of customer service and that we're a business-friendly community. And that our goal is, within the confines of our zoning, our master plan, and our development code, our goal is to get to yes. So we want to welcome people into our community. We want them to know that we're open for business. And so that is something I'm actually actively working on currently with our department directors that are over the development team.
One more bonus question. Doesn't count for anything.
Okay.
It's just for fun. What is the official flower of Carson City? Do you know?
Oh, goodness.
Take a guess. Denny does not get to answer. He didn't apply. No,
I think the
you cannot
state
answer.
is
At the
the
end, you can answer.
desert rose, but I honestly don't know.
Just
I'm sorry.
kind of have some fun. Sorry, I just had to have some fun. Okay.
Yeah, you have to tell
There you
us.
go. Now you have to give her the answer. You're like, no.
It's easy.
Go ahead.
Desert peach.
It is. It's a desert peach. So you're close. It's a desert
There you go.
peach.
You had the desert part. There you go.
You're half right.
There you go, half. Supervisor White, your questions, please.
Thank you. And thank you for participating in the lightning round yesterday in my office. My questions today generally centralize on clarifications to statements you made in your application. However, I do have one general question. On page 3 of the job description, in the category of required knowledge and skills, you're required to have knowledge of the socio-political environment of Northern Nevada. What is that, and how do you apply that knowledge?
Okay. I guess I would say that I've had I think, a unique experience in my career path to have worked for multiple local governments all over the state and Northern Nevada particularly. Um, I, I guess to be honest, I don't know that I have an exact definition of the socio-political climate, but I would say that being able to navigate those relationships and, there's a lot of links to local government and state government, the demographics of the community that I think, and, the residents that all come into play when you're doing anything in a local government area. So in my experience in hazard mitigation planning, I've had an opportunity to prepare hazard mitigation plans for about 14 of the counties in the state of Nevada. And in doing that, there's a lot of public outreach. There's a lot of opportunity to meet with both the political boards and the residents of the communities and work with them to identify what their priorities are and what the look and feel of their community should be like. And so I guess my short answer is I think from a socio-political background that I would think that encompasses the local government, the political outlook, the strategic vision and goals of those boards, but also what the community interests are.
Okay. Kind of following along in that same section of the job description, on page 3 starts the list of the required skills that you have to have. There are 22 of those skills. However, on your application, when it asked for you to discuss your skills, you left that section blank. Can you discuss those skills today and let us know why you left that section of your application blank?
Sure. Is it possible that I can get a copy? I don't have the job description in front of me. Can I pull it up real quick? Or
You can borrow
Sure.
this one if
Okay.
you want.
Sure. Since you have to do 22 of them. Yeah, sorry, just joking with you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the first one is a wide range of concepts, principles, and practices of organizational leadership and management in a complex organization that produces, supports, and provides a large number of unrelated services to the public. And I would say in my role, both as real property manager and deputy city manager, I have the knowledge and skills in that in organizational leadership. I have worked with this board as the deputy city manager to create your strategic plan of what the goals are for the community. I also have worked on several of the tactics that are within the strategic plan. And I have led our organization through the board's retreat, through our leadership retreats as well. And so I think that exhibits those skills. We spoke briefly about the socio-political environment of Northern Nevada, the demographic characteristics of Northern Nevada. And again, I think
So
sorry.
I think you're in the knowledge section at the bottom of the page is where
Oh,
skills
sorry.
start.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. Leading and managing a complex public organization in an ethical manner within an open political environment. And again, I believe that my experience as the deputy city manager, I have done that. I believe that, and not just in that role, I would say that my almost 30 years of experience in Northern Nevada working in and for local governments has demonstrated that. And my ethical manner in which I have provided services to those communities. I believe that within my references and with my letters of recommendation, I demonstrate that. planning and organizing, directing, and coordinating the work of a large, complex organization with a structure and management practices that maximize resource utilization and productivity. Again, I would say that in my time here as deputy city manager, I have worked on a lot of large, complex projects within the organization. One of them being, again, the strategic plan, but even still from more of a construction level project. I was part of preparation of the RFP and the disposal of the property for our Butteye Way affordable housing project. I also was part of the RFP process in creating the RFP and also doing initial design components for our fire station EOC. I've been part of that during my time with the city. Analyzing problems, identifying alternative solutions, projecting consequences of proposed actions, and implementing recommendation in support of goals. As a planner, 23 years of planning experience, that is something that I do on a regular basis, whether it was in a private capacity for a consulting firm or currently within my objectives as the deputy city manager. We often have problems that come up that we do need to analyze and find alternative solutions for. From a land use perspective, it could be, if a development project is coming in and somebody wants to build to a certain density or capacity, but there's constraints on the project site, how do we analyze that to figure out how the constraints can be mitigated? And then, propose some alternatives to that construction. We also do that, I think, on a regular basis when we're preparing and presenting staff reports and items to the board, because we are looking for alternatives if the proposed request is not approved. Effectively and fairly negotiating appropriate solutions and contracts. One of the things that I have done as deputy city manager is I have had the opportunity to work through all 9 of our collective bargaining agreements. And so in those particular instances, we are negotiating their collective bargaining contracts for the employee associations within the city. So I believe that I meet that skill set. Recruiting, retaining, and motivating high qualified employees with appropriate skills and abilities. So in my time here at the city, but also in previous employment, I have very often been involved in hiring processes, and that can be from an office specialist position to a director position. So I have sat in on many recruiting appointments, and it really has been a goal of mine as deputy city manager to retain and motivate high-quality employees. As you're aware, I was part of the compensation study, and our analysis on recruitment and retention of employees that we did a couple years back at our Board of Supervisors retreat, because that's important that we have a high-skilled workforce and that we are motivating them. We're not just producing, we're not just bringing people in and training them and then they move on to their next job. We want to retain them here in the city. So that's something that I have actually spent a lot of time with our human resource director in evaluating. We are looking at some new training programs for our employees at a supervisory level, but then also as emerging leaders. And so we're trying to provide those opportunities to increase opportunities for our employees. We have also looked extensively at ways to increase employee morale, and we've done that through our employee appreciation barbecue that we implemented last year. We brought that back as a way to show our employees that we appreciate what they do. And then I've also implemented our Brown Bag Brigade quarterly luncheons, where we give an opportunity for employees to come talk with the city manager and the deputy city manager about emerging issues within the city. Allocating limited resources in a cost-effective manner. As we go through our budget process every year, that is an evaluation that we're making, is looking at how we can allocate the funding that we have in a cost-effective way. Preparing and administering large and complex budgets. Again, I have been intimately involved in the budget preparation since I have been the deputy city manager. When I was the real property manager, I also oversaw the budget for those divisions for asset management and the facilities maintenance divisions. Evaluating and developing improvement in city operation, procedure, policy, and methods. As I stated earlier, that is really an ongoing goal of mine, is to look for ways that we can be more effective. But on a regular basis, the city manager and I both are responsible for reviewing policies and procedures that are citywide. And so those come to us through HR, those come to us through other departments, and we make recommendations, and sometimes we create new policies and procedures. Selecting effective executive management staff. That is something that I have been part of, and as I mentioned previously, we do our executive leadership retreats to continue that effective training for our executive staff. Conduct research and prepare clear and concise reports. That is something both as the real property manager and as the deputy city manager that I've done on a regular basis. Whether it was bringing forward to the board the new policy about small cell use in Carson City, some of the other ones that I prepared and participated in were our outdoor dining and merchandise display, disposal of city property. Those are some of the things that I worked on and provided research and reports to the board. Identify and respond to community and board supervisor issues, concerns, and needs. That's something that we do, that I've done regularly in our office. When we get a call or a complaint, we research that issue, we work with the departments, and we get a response back to all of you. Interpreting and applying federal, state, and local policies, procedures, and law. Again, I work very closely with our government affairs liaison as we work our way through the legislative process. We are reviewing and tracking the bills that we feel will affect the city. Communicate clearly and concisely, both orally and in writing, is something I believe that I demonstrate regularly, whether it's via email or staff reports, or if there are letters or correspondence that we need to send out. Being truthful and diligent in executing public trust. I believe that I also demonstrate that daily, and that through my letters of recommendation and references, I believe that I can demonstrate that that has been my work ethic for the past 30 years or more. Effectively communicating with and gaining the cooperation of and establishing, maintaining effective working relationships with a wide variety of individuals within and outside the city. I believe that I have 28 plus years of experience in that, in both my planning, my state work, and my work in local government. So, I apologize that I didn't maybe list that out in the application in that specific area, but I do feel that within the documents that I provided, that I did adequately address each of those skills and my capabilities.
Thank you.
You're done? Supervisor Horton?
Oh,
I'm sorry. Oh, you're getting your paper back.
Paper back.
He wants his paper back. Okay, sorry about that.
Really? On page 4 of the job description, other requirements and conditions, it states that this position is exempt from the overtime provisions of the Fair Labor Standards Act, and the city manager is expected to work nights, weekends, and as needed. However, on your application, you marked that you're available for the day shift. How are you going to meet this requirement if you're only working a day shift?
Well, thank you. I don't recall what the other options were, and typically the office hours are day shift, but I completely understand and have operated in the last 5.5 years that essentially I'm always on call and I'm always available. The exception to that is if I'm out of office and, on a vacation, but otherwise I have taken calls at 2 o'clock in the morning. I have participated in community events on the weekends. I have gone to commission meetings in the evenings, and I understand that that is an expectation of the job to basically be available 24/7, and I have been working in that capacity for the last 5.5 years.
Thank you. And then my last question, just for clarification, on your application in the category of objective, you stated that you will work for sustainable growth. Can you tell me what sustainable growth is and how do you work for that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think what's important in a community and as a planner is that a community remains vibrant in the sense that you are able to continue to bring in new businesses, have a healthy workforce of varying levels, and also, amenities for the community to enjoy and be part of. At the same time, being within the constraints of what the master plan is, right? And that's where I see what growth is sustainable. We have outlined and identified in our master plan where we are looking for commercial development to be, where we are looking for residential development to be, and at what densities that those should be at. And so in our development review, when projects come in, we need to ensure that they are meeting the intent of the land use and the zoning. At the same time, we need to be promoting that customer service and that get to yes to bring in businesses that will keep our community vibrant and that will provide services and amenities to our residents.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's it.
That's it? Okay. Supervisor Horton, your questions,
Painless.
please.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the mayor and Supervisor Giommi for asking my questions. I appreciate that, but I still have a couple left. There's been a lot of discussion about economic development in Carson City. Can you describe your specific experience in economic development and any ideas you may have about Carson City, keeping in mind the historic nature of our city?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think having just gone through the master plan process, I think the goals are to look for those areas where we can bring in some new businesses that will promote the workforce in our community. We still have some industrial areas that can be built out and can be developed. And I think we can really benefit from the fact that we have some of those industrial and tech uses that are happening in our neighboring communities. And really we can benefit from the fact that some of those supplementary services or companion companies to those larger tech companies are going to be looking for areas to grow and to bring their businesses. So from an economic development opportunity, I see that as a real, well, I keep using the word opportunity, but I do see it as an opportunity for us to look at ways that we can attract those businesses. We can bring higher paying jobs to our workforce, but have them located in the right places so they don't impact our downtown. They don't impact our residential areas, but we are providing good workforce jobs to our community. And with that, the tax benefits of that, other ancillary benefits of more people using our restaurants, more people shopping in our stores. And I feel like that just multiplies out based on perhaps what we could bring in.
Thank you. Carson City is a member of a number of regional partnerships. Can you please speak to your experience with partnerships like these, and specifically the pros and cons in your opinion?
So a couple of ones that I will speak on. I guess I would first say that I am the board's representative on the V&T Railway Commission. And so I have been able to serve in that capacity for over 4 years and work very closely with Story County. I work with our Visitors Bureau, and I also work with the Story County or Virginia City's Tourism Authority as well. And, that is it's an exciting opportunity to preserve our history. It's an exciting opportunity for us to bring tourism, to our community. But it also has its challenges because some of the benefits that Story County obtains from that, because the train goes up into Story County and people spend the day in Story County shopping and dining and doing those things, we don't mutually get that same benefit on our side of the relationship. That being said, I see that in similar ways in some of the other regional things that we do, like our health department and the services that they provide to other counties. I think it's really important for us to ensure the collaboration is great, and the ability to share those services when some jurisdictions don't have the ability to have necessarily their own department. And there's a lot of benefit to sharing those resources, but on the same token, I think there's a delicate balance to make sure that Carson City isn't taking on more responsibility and paying more for services that are maybe happening in a different community. And we talked a little bit about that with AB 66 or SB 66 this morning. And I think those are the challenges. There's definitely benefit to it. But the challenge is ensuring that we're not taking on more than we should be. And we really, I think, saw that during COVID. Our health department led that as a major role, and obviously none of us had ever experienced anything like that before. But and the fact that in this particular emergency management incident, it was a health related, it was appropriate for the health department to play such a major role. But that being said, we were doing things, I think, above and beyond in other jurisdictions that we weren't being reimbursed for. And that's, there's a delicate balance to that. And it shouldn't be the responsibility of our taxpayers to cover that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Shooty, did we leave you anything?
You did.
Okay.
Thank you. It's a little more difficult, but that's all right. City departments, while having specific roles, often have overlapping duties and collaboration is needed. How would you manage a situation where departments aren't communicating effectively?
We meet regularly with our department directors, and we every 2 weeks we have a direct reports meeting, and that is an opportunity for us to collaborate interdepartmentally. But as I stated previously, we're evaluating and we're looking for ways for us to be more efficient and effective in our development review process. So that's actually a real life example of us working together to collaborate as executive leadership and make sure that the communication is happening at the top, and that we are using the tone at the top, and that our employees can see that collaboration effort is happening, so that we can bring it down to the employee level and talk about ways that we can improve those processes, improve communication, and also improve customer service to the businesses.
Thank you. How do you ensure that city services meet the needs of residents when there are differing opinions as what the needs are?
I think it's important for us to look at the goals and tactics in our strategic plan. That really is our roadmap for the city as far as where our resources and employees should be allocated to. However, that's a 5-year plan, and in the interim, issues come up. And so I think there has to be a balance. There's always the desire of staff and of the city manager's office to ensure that if there's something, that needs to be resolved, that we're out there doing it. But it can be a struggle if there's not funding or staffing available to do it. And I can give you an example of something that we're currently working on with our roads department, and that is that in the last couple of years, we've had really intense winters. We've had a lot of snow, so a lot of expenses have gone towards those efforts in the past. That can cause for some other things to not be looked at or gotten to, such as trash or things in the right of way. And so this year we've had an opportunity because of the fact that our last winter was in a better situation, that we've really been able to focus efforts this spring on providing some overtime for those other needs to be met, to go out and do those services so that we can keep pride in our community, be proud of how our community looks, and ensure that things are being collected out of the right of way. So I think sometimes it's a matter of the current situation that we're in, but also looking for ways to meet those needs as they come up.
Thank you. How do you evaluate the effectiveness of a program outside of what can be measured?
I think that can certainly be challenging, and we've talked a little bit about how, coming from the asset management program, one of the things that we prioritize is those data-driven decisions, right? Being able to really look at the data to determine where we are going to spend the funding for our capital projects or improvements. But I think, when we don't have the data to back those things up, I think we need to be listening to the community. I think we need to be listening to the stakeholders to see if those projects and programs are meeting their needs, and identifying, if they're not, how we can achieve those goals.
Finally, what do you believe are the most important skills, the most important for a city manager to possess, and why?
I think I would say that honesty and integrity, a strong work ethic, and the ability to establish professional relationships are the most important aspects of a city manager. The city manager is a reflection of the city and a reflection of this board. And so I think those high levels, those high standards have to be met, because the technical stuff can follow, and the technical stuff should be there, but you have to be a trustworthy source of information. You have to be somebody that is communicative and open for people to come and talk to you and discuss the issues at hand, and also have had to build those relationships so that sometimes when you have to deliver the message that maybe they don't want to hear, they know they can trust the information that they're receiving from you.
Thank you.
Okay, Stephanie, if you would like, you can have any closing remark, anything that you think we didn't ask you that's important to help us make a decision.
I guess I would just say I thank you again for this opportunity to meet with you. I have really enjoyed my time working with Carson City. I love the community. I love the people that we work with. Something that I had mentioned to a few of you yesterday is, while I've only been with Carson City for 9 years, I've really been working in and amongst the community for the last 28 or so years. I moved to Northern Nevada after I got married, and at that time we moved to the booming metropolis of Colville because my husband was stationed at the Marine Corps Mountain Warfare Training Center and was at Pickle Meadows. And so my very first job in Nevada was at the Bank of America on East William Street, and I was a part-time teller. I followed that by becoming employed at a small law firm in Carson City, and then eventually I went on to work for the state of Nevada. So my first 9 years, I worked in Carson City. I then went into planning, and my positions were in Douglas County after that, but I really worked in and amongst Northern Nevada in so many aspects of my job. And as a consultant for the engineering firm that I worked for, I worked on many projects in Carson City. I worked on the special use permit for the Calvary Chapel Carson City. I worked on one of the hotel permitting processes. I worked on the Toscana Village project that is just north of Governor Square. So I have always been very connected to this community. My children both went to Sierra Lutheran High School, and we were always in Carson City doing things and being part of, although that is located in Douglas County on the border, we were very involved in things that were going on in Carson City. And both of my adult children, my son with his wife and my grandson, live here in Carson City. My daughter also lives here in Carson City, and she works for the city. And so I'm very invested in this community. I love the people that I have worked with. I think we have an exemplary executive leadership team and wonderful elected officials. And the opportunities that we have to improve our services and create efficiencies and enhance the quality of life for our residents, I think it's a really exciting place to be. And I just appreciate the opportunity to apply for this position. So thank you.
Thank you again so very much for applying, and you're welcome to stay because you were first. So you can stay to listen to the next one. So we're gonna take just a 5-minute quick recess, and then we'll have Mr. Martell. So we're in recess just for a brief moment. back to order. Mr. Martell, we want to thank you very much for applying for this position. It's very important to all of us, and so we look forward to your interview this morning.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that.
So if you'd like, you can start with an opening comment.
Sure. Just real quick, first off, I appreciate everybody's time yesterday. I know that that's a lot of time, and as some of us discuss these positions that you said on the dais are never half-time or even part-time. They're definitely full-time, and I appreciate your time in investing and talking to both Stephanie and I yesterday. As a longtime resident of Carson City, my parents moved here in 1977. You know, I'm proud to be sitting in this chair. If you had told me again when I graduated high school in 1983 that I'd be coming back into this same boardroom and having an opportunity to serve the residents of Carson City and work with Team Carson City, probably would have thought you were a little crazy. That's just not where my head was at that time. But having traveled around the world in the military and come back to Nevada, moved a couple of times to do some different things and come back home to Carson City, I'm proud to be sitting in this chair, and I appreciate the faith and the confidence to even have me come this far. So thank you, and I look forward to the conversation with you today to see how we remain confident in our future and keep Carson City moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's going to start with me, and I have 5 questions. In a small community like Carson City, relationships among elected officials can be close-knit and sometimes strained. If 2 members of the Board of Supervisors privately approach you with opposing views on a major issue, and each of them ask you for confidentiality, how would you manage those conversations while preserving trust, transparency, and public interest?
It is always a challenge to balance 5, in this case, people that are interested in the future of Carson City. First off, I would hope that, you know, the confidentiality is just not revealing a source, but certainly the idea can be discussed. And I think if there are 2 different ideas that are out, that bringing that back to the team and discussing it, whether it might be an ordinance change or it might be a programmatic change, I think that is worthy to bring back to the staff and discuss it. I would not reveal necessarily who was the person that brought that idea to me if they were that sensitive to it. If they were conflicting amongst the same idea for me, right? Just bring it back to the staff, talk about that, and bring it back to the individuals, but also at the same time to the board, right? There is a balance that you are 5 individuals on the board. Mayor, you are the ceremonial lead and the military commander, if you will, during elements that come up. But yeah, definitely balancing the 5, but respecting each position is key, I think. And there are some conversations that shouldn't be and nor brought to the whole body. That's my job, I believe, as city manager, is to balance those, talk about those, and bring options back that solve everybody's issues so that we can keep moving forward.
Carson City deeply values its historic identity. If a major developer proposes a project that promises economic growth but would change the look and feel of a historic neighborhood, how would you guide the city through that decision while ensuring inclusive public input and balanced long-term planning?
So the long-term plan, you know, just adopted a new master plan, right? So that's the first step in long-term master planning, getting that set. I think the key there is historic downtown. We have the historic commission. That's the first step. There are experts. They're the ones that monitor that. They're the ones that make sure that those standards are set. And I think bringing that to the public is key. We would have to obviously start with the developer's idea. I think the public design charrettes that the city has participated in before and led before, I think are key. The developer can do that in an informal setting, maybe on site if something's being changed, or maybe here in the room or in the, you know, someplace else in the community where a large group might be held to talk about the project, whether it be an economic impact or the visual change that might be happening. Certainly have that information back from the design charrette, Historic Resource Commission, and then I think just the standard practice, bringing it to the Planning Commission. Does it meet coded? Is it all those technical things are met? And then ultimately to the board. Is that something that Carson City wants to do? You have the design shred information, you have the code from the Historic Commission, you have the code from the Planning Commission, you have all the feedback from the residents that you've reached out and gathered. Then the hard work begins, trying to balance that out and discuss it. Do we really, if it involves a facade change, maybe it's not that big of a deal. If it involves tearing down a building and building something new, definitely a problem in downtown, right? Carson City loves its historic downtown. So I think there's a longer term process to go through with that to make sure that all the input is there from the residents, from the developer, from even state SHPO, or if there's a federal historic perhaps being involved. So I think all of those viewpoints, those inputs need to be taken in to bring the best information, the complete information back to this body so that you can make the best decision you can.
Thank you. Imagine a major infrastructure failure, like a water main break, disrupts daily life and raises questions about whether the city acted quickly enough. How would you respond to the public, support city staff, and lead the recovery effort while maintaining transparency and public confidence?
I think unfortunately, with any infrastructure question, anytime there's an issue, it's one of those things I learned in being in civil engineering is everybody loves the water. They love when they turn on the sink, they flush the toilet, they love when the roads work, they love when the drainage ditches work, but nobody really pays attention to it till it's not there. I think in this case, that's what tends to happen is people question, why did it happen? If a water line, maybe it's a 30-year-old water line and a joint failed, those things happen, whatever might be going on. So I think first off is to just assure the public that the team's got it, right? We have the experts on board. This stuff tends to happen, and we have it from the moment it occurred. We had processes in place. We followed those processes. We ensured that the break or whatever it might be was isolated. We made sure that there was no safety issues for the public. We made sure that area was identified. If evacuations needed to occur, if there's a major thing, we worked on that. And then if questions come up, you just be as transparent as you can, and you say, this is the timeline. It broke here. We heard about it, or we were told by the public that this happened. We responded in this time. We had the crew, and we did it. We did the work we needed to do, and we pressed on, and we did the repairs. So I think, it's just about having that timeliness of communication, I think, is key in that case. Obviously, if you have water running down the street or whatever it might be, a lot of people are going to see that and be impacted by that. So I just believe timeliness of communication and ensuring the public that Team Carson has got it, and that they're safe, and that their resources are okay, and that the city will be back up and running as soon as we can get there.
As the capital of Nevada, Carson City often operates in a unique space between local priorities and state-level politics. How would you navigate tensions between state agencies and local government to make sure Carson City's voice and interests are respected?
Sometimes not only the state and local, but also you can throw in the federal sometimes, and it adds a little more confusion. I think in my career, what I've dealt with, here locally, again, with local elected officials and state, sometimes when permitting issues arise, where's the jurisdiction truly lie? What process do we need to go through? Again, I think that is a communication issue. That is being upfront if you have a concern. And I think the board discussed that a little bit earlier today, right? When you talked about notifying Story County, perhaps, when you were talking about going back and supporting the bill with comment. So I think that is a perfect example of respect of other jurisdictions that we all have to work with to get done what we need to get done. So I think, again, that's what it would be, is just that communication to come back. And if there's conflict potentially in the regulations, or there might be different goals, sitting the parties down and talking about it is always my first choice. We can certainly have a phone call to try to work through that. I don't believe emails are all that efficient to try to negotiate those kind of things out. I truly believe that sitting down and talking face to face is the ultimate way to do those kind of things. So that if that's where we ended up, that's where I would be, is sitting at the table. Here's where Carson City's at with what it's trying to accomplish. Okay, state, this is what you've told us. Where are you at? Let them talk about where they've been at, why they're there, and where we're here. And then we talk it back and forth, and somewhere towards the middle, back and forth a little bit, we'll find a solution that makes everybody happy.
Strong leadership often means protecting both ethical standards and employee well-being. If a staff member raised concerns about misconduct but feared retaliation, what steps would you take to investigate the issue, protect the employee, and uphold the city's values?
first off, I know those things happen, but we don't like them to happen, right? Because as talked before, you like to have an environment where people like to come to work and participate and help the city move forward and have some fun doing it. But in those cases where there's something wrong and that employee feels that they have to come forward, that's difficult. I think what I have done in the past in various roles in leadership is talk with the individual. Depending on what kind of harassment, you know, in my career, I've, you know, if it's kind of a sexual harassment kind of thing, there are other laws and other things you have to be very careful of in what you talk about and how you talk about them to make sure that the process is correct and privacy is maintained. Beyond that, if there's any kind of other bullying, if there's some kind of egregious acts going on, physical, whatever, unfortunately, if that's it, working, I think, with HR to start. You know, where this is what I've heard. Are you aware of this? Is there a history here? And then taking that input, and if this is a new thing, developing the plan. Who do we need to talk to? What are the orders in which we talk to these individuals, again, to make sure that the process is valid and the process is bulletproof? Because at the end of the day, you don't want to have the process come into question and cause additional problems for anybody involved. So HR would be the first step. And then depending on where that led, you might have law enforcement that would also be involved at some point if the HR investigation led that direction. So again, guiding the direction and making sure that the right process is done, it would be my key focus. I would probably have very little personal action with that other than to make sure that the process remains sound for the individual and for the city to make sure that everything was valid, intact, and doing what we need to do.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi. You know, working in public service, as you know, brings about a tremendous amount of responsibility, especially at this level. Your actions can literally mean life or death for people. And one of the things in leadership that I don't think is talked about enough is competence, just in general. How will you ensure that you remain competent if you're in this role? And probably equally importantly, how will you ensure that your direct reports remain competent in their roles?
So I think for me, competent, obviously my first step is my experience, I think. But to maintain that, education, you know, we can go to a conference, we can do those kind of things. Sometimes those really don't accomplish it. But I think competency also would be having relationships with my fellow city managers or county manager around the region, interacting with them. What are you doing? Do you have a best practice? Have you seen these kind of things before? How are you interacting with other agencies or whatever? How are you accomplishing what you're accomplishing? And learn from them. If they have something better that they've done, if they've expedited a process or they've improved a program, great. Plagiarism is the best form of, you know, flattery, I think, in that case. So that would be one thing I would do. For the professional staff and the staff that's out there doing the work day to day, there's multiple things available. You could have, again, you know, seminars, if it's an engineer, an accountant, or the clerk, whatever it might be. There are professional organizations to make sure that the latest and greatest is out there. They can attend those trainings. The folks that are right out down in the field taking care of stuff, whether it's equipment or putting stuff in the ground, materials change all the time, but making sure, again, that they're belonging to the right organizations, that they're talking with their counterparts in our neighboring jurisdictions. Because, you know, if they found a different piece of equipment or they found a process that works better, I certainly want to bring that over to Carson City if that works. If it works for Carson City, why not copy it and bring it here, make a process more efficient, make a process cheaper, make a process more effective. So I think that there's a couple of ways there that I would do that for the team that I can think of very quickly.
Our elected officials, like Scott, the assessor, treasurer, have statutory responsibility to carry out their authority. And this board has statutory responsibility to develop budgets and approve their budgets, in fact. So what examples can you provide where you've had to work between multiple constitutional type offices like that to effectively serve everyone's needs?
I think staying in the elected world, yes, in both my previous positions as assistant city and city manager, budget process was very similar to what you've gone through here the last few months. As the city manager, I led a program where actually when I got to Live Oak, I actually invited 3 new department heads that had not been in the meeting before. They had been on the sideline, and they had some questions when we started, and I was like, I advised myself, well, you're here because you're a department head. You need to be around the rest of your team and understand the discussions we're having and the limitations we have and where we might end up and how we get to a result. So the process, again, is very, very important to do that. Amongst the things then is to go to the board, just like you do here. You know, there's a preliminary budget meeting. There I had a weekly meeting with the mayor that that she attended. She came into my office and we talked weekly about the budget items. So as those things progressed, even prior to and during the actual formal budget cycle, we were having those conversations. But then getting those comments to the board. What I thought was important about having all the department heads around that table was then when they were up at the podium talking about their budget, they knew how we had got there, they knew the trade-offs that had been made, they knew what their teammates were doing, and they could answer the questions effectively, and it made for a better team. I think, when you look at the larger budget items, with my military experience, not necessarily the elected field, but the military experience looking at same idea. When we got our money for the base, that's kind of dictated by Congress. We're handed a budget. Yeah, we can guide it a little bit. Yeah, we can request some stuff, but ultimately it's through DOD. So again, having those budget conversations with the group when you're at the table, maybe LRS, Logistics Readiness Squadron, didn't get what they wanted for vehicle maintenance, or CE didn't get what they wanted for building maintenance, but how do we balance that across and make sure that the mission in this case is being accomplished? So very similar processes, but again, having everybody at the table, going through them in detail and having open discussions about it so you arrive at the best solution that you try to meet as many of the goals you need to meet as you can.
About 80% of all of our money goes to salary and benefits. How will you, as city manager, ensure that employees remain happy and productive so that they in turn can adopt a service-first attitude and deliver the services they expect from the city?
Thank you for bringing that up. That was one I did learn here. Again, in my previous career, I had, when I was mentored as a city manager and assistant city manager, that was one thing I was told is if your budget reaches to 80%, you're dealing with personnel. It's kind of a tipping point, if you will. And so when I was listening and reading some of the budget here in Carson City, and I saw that we were at 78.8 or 78.9, something like that, that was a little red flag for me. And I'm concerned that because just as you said, obviously the team is important. The people are your most valuable asset. If we don't have a good, solid team in Carson City, we're not going to have all the things we love to have, whether it's a job or it's a good park system, an excellent park system, quality roads, which we have a challenge separately there. None of that will happen if we don't have those funds. So it is a challenge. Benefits will continue to increase. Labor will continue to increase. So at some point, assuming income remains flat, which we already touched on earlier today as well, right, with sales tax and everything else, there may have to be some hard conversation what those balances are. And I don't know details, but the things that might be on the table, right, is there a reduction in staff? I don't know if we're at that point, but that probably should have to be discussed. Is there a reduction in services of some kind? Are we not going to maintain parks to the standard we've become accustomed to? I don't know. Are we not going to maintain the roads? We can have that conversation. Are we not going to flush sewer lines as much as we used to or should? I don't know, right? All of those things, though, would have to be on the table to bring that back into balance, because at the end of the day, you're absolutely correct. We have to have a team that is here, that understands they're valued, and they're happy coming to work, and they can go do the things they want to do after work because they come to work and have fun, and they get good benefits and they get good pay to go enjoy their life. So don't know the details right now, but all of those things I think would have to be discussed, potentially even including how do we get additional monies. So the state probably could talk about changing the property tax structure in the state so that when a resident sells their home, the property tax resets. That's one. The city could talk about raising taxes, but we know that's really sensitive in Carson City. That would probably be a difficult conversation to have. But somewhere in there, potentially in the future, that's going to happen, and all of those things would need to be discussed trying to find a solution.
would you be in support of or opposed to a requirement that all department directors and deputy directors be a resident of Carson City? And if you would, please explain the reasons for your answer.
The quick answer is no, I'm not in support. I have seen jurisdictions that put that on. I think city managers in most cases, yes, it makes sense. What I've seen some jurisdictions in the city manager case that have very high housing costs and the city manager's salary just flat can't afford to live in the jurisdiction, a couple of solutions have been found. Either the city, the jurisdiction, has purchased the home somewhere in the city and the city manager comes in while they're there and that is their home, that's a part of their benefit, or they are allowed to live within a certain time limit out from the city. I think in the department director positions, I would prefer some kind of a time limit to me. I think if you have people, if you limit them to coming into Carson City, you limit the pool. I think you'll have people that go, yeah, you know, I'd really like to live in Carson City, but maybe I want to live in Gardnerville. Maybe I want to live in Dayton. Maybe I grew up in, you know, I went to Galena High School and I love living up Mount Rose. I don't know where everybody lives, but I think that limits the pool for the talent that we would want for Team Carson City. And I wouldn't want to do that on the surface for those roles. I would prefer to leave it on a time limitation myself.
Talk a little bit about economic development. We have in the past had an economic development director. The master plan process, we heard economic development from some of the citizens. You know, what steps can you take as city manager to help promote economic development as far as bringing new businesses or keeping the ones that we have in the community?
I think both are important goals, right? The folks that are already here we need to keep, and we definitely need to be attracting new ones to stay the vibrant community that we all love and about Carson City, right? We just went through the process with the master plan with that. So I think what I've experienced is having a dedicated economic development director. And I think that's what Carson City needs, is a dedicated economic development director. Now, a little bit of clarification, that's not a new position. What I'm thinking today about is a change in position with somebody that's already on the team. There probably is somebody out there that has a skill set, has a desire, has the ability, has a little bit of history perhaps in working with economic development. That person should be outgoing, that person should understand business, that person should have a love for activity, right? That's part of it, is being active in downtown. So in that lane, what I would try to find is that individual on the staff. Where is that individual here? I believe they're here, we just have to find them. And then that person would become the hub of economic development in Carson City. They then would work with all the entities, the Chamber, Visit Carson City, WNDD, NNDA, car dealers, anybody that's out there that wants to, you know, come in. And they would understand the vision. They would understand Carson City processes. They would understand where land is available. They would understand land constraints. They would understand the program, right? What does our zoning code contain? What does the master plan look like in the area you're maybe taught, if it's a new business, right? What does that area look like? I think that would expedite the process for a lot of people when they come in. It would certainly clarify the process. Right now, you come in and who do I talk to? I don't know. Some people maybe talk to Hope. Some people maybe call the mayor. Some people maybe call one of the supervisors as a first touch and say, where do I go? Maybe they start with a chamber. But I think coming up with that one individual, identifying that one individual on the team, identifying them as the hub, and then having them develop those relationships outside to promote in one point. And that would even be, you know, whether it be social media outreach or it be some other kind of media outreach or, you know, chamber outreach or just, you know, regional economic development, but having somebody that can represent Carson City as a focus, I think, is very important to that effort. And then those duties would be other assigned somewhere in the staff. I'm confident we could find that room.
Those are all my official questions. This is a just fun question. Our municipal code has official designations. Do you happen to know what Carson City's official flower is?
Oops.
No.
And I didn't know Frank Proctor yesterday in a conversation either. So I'm learning. Okay, I'm learning. This is good. I'm learning something. I'll never forget this either. I know it's not the sagebrush because that's the state. No, I don't.
You can't do this deep a conversation without having a little bit of fun. It's the desert peach. So you file that away for
I
next
should,
time.
I will never
comes up.
forget that, nor will I forget Frank Proctor as one of the 4 founding fathers either, Supervisor, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And I should know that. I have desert peach around the yard, so
There
that's
you go,
good.
everywhere. Yeah. Just for fun. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Supervisor White, your questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you for participating in the lightning round yesterday.
You're welcome, thank you.
Particularly in my office. My questions today generally centralize around clarifications on what's in your application, but I do have one general question. On page 3 of the job description, at the required knowledge and skills section, you are required to have knowledge of the socio-political environment of Northern Nevada. What is that, and how do you use that knowledge?
Socioeconomic area of Nevada, okay. It's interesting you say, I'll sidebar real quick on that. When I was the commander in the Nevada Air National Guard, I had Nevada, as we know, typically divides north and south, and we have the same thing in the Guard. And I called it one Nevada. It didn't matter to me whether it was the unit in the south or that was the unit in the north. We were one Nevada as far as I was concerned in the Nevada Air National Guard. And I brought that concept home when I came back to work for the Nevada Builders Alliance. And that's why part of the reason I came back to work for them was I had the ability through that alliance, that organization, to work not only locally here in Carson City and with our partners, typically the 4 counties, right? Even Washoe thrown in there, to impact, in this case, the building industry and ensure that laws were passed currently at the legislative effort, right? Also regulations and ordinances at the local level that make sure they're as smart as they can be, and we're thinking about how they impact any industry that's here in Nevada. We have multiple industries, from architects, engineers, bankers, insurance, builders in the association. So that mindset followed me back home, if you will, to MBA. And to your question, I think that's what that is. It is the region. And when I've talked to people about what it is, to me, if Carson City is successful, that means this region is successful. We can define region. Maybe it's the 4 counties, maybe a little different. If the region is successful, that means the state is successful. And you can apply that concept anywhere. If Vegas is successful, then that region is successful. If Vegas is successful in that region, then the state is successful. So I think that is what you're talking about when you ask that question, is that familiarity. So how am I familiar with that? On multiple levels. All throughout my career, I've worked in the development world. That has been my key experience, obviously. Working in Carson City here for 10 years. Projects in Carson City, projects in Dayton, projects in other locations in Lyon County. Working in Fernley, Trick, that's going on right now there. 4-star development that's going on up there right now with all they're doing. That was actually one of my projects way back in the day. We moved a county line between Washoe and Lyon County to ensure that the park was in one county to keep it as efficient as possible. So I think those are the kind of things you look at. How do you work with those agencies? In that case, it was the tribe, it was 2 counties, it was 2 city commissions that had to look at all of that to ensure that that park was laid out the best it could be at that time. And I think understanding how of all those things integrate, all the people, all the players. We had federal conversations, right? Federal Highway was involved with that. So when I get to that specific question, that's where I look at the socioeconomic experience in the region. Been there and talked about railway, bringing into the region as well. So I think all of those things come into that definition.
Thank you. Also there on page 3 at the bottom, there is a list of skills that you are required to be competent in. However, in your application, you left that section of the application blank. So I'd like you to, first of all, talk about those skills and your qualifications, and then tell us why you didn't answer that question in your application.
I'm not understand. So in the actual formal application that was submitted, those were not answered?
That's correct. That would be,
I don't have a copy of mine in front of me. I apologize.
yeah, that would be on page, where's my notes? Okay.
You didn't do it.
Yeah, there's a section that.
The skills, and you said, left it blank. Right.
Yeah, I don't recall what that looked like when I filled out my application, but if I could just go down, I don't know why, easy answer, I don't know why I didn't fill that out. Maybe I didn't understand that that was a section that required additional detail to answer. But beyond that, I can certainly go through these real quick and answer them. Leading, managing a complex public organization. In this case, if public is defined as an elected body, such as a city, I have been there and done that in two of the largest jurisdictions in the country, being the Houston metro area and the San Antonio metro area. I think San Antonio is still like the second fastest growing area, fourth largest city. All the complexities that come with that. Been there to share emergency services, been there to share drainage requirements in the Houston area. That's huge, how we tied to the drainage system there. So been there. If you talk about beyond that, complex public organizations, if you consider the military to be a public organization, then absolutely been there and done that. With my time in the Guard and active duty, having to deal with everything that entails, from supervisory duties to construction duties to, again, emergency service and all of that. So I think that is there. Okay, I just was here, so let me see. Okay, I thought, now that I see it on here, I thought we had listed that. Perhaps it didn't get entered correctly. Okay. Planning, organizing, directing, and coordinating the work of a large, complex organization. Again, I think been there and have done that, again, in the military career as well as in the civilian career in San Antonio and Houston. Large, complex organizations, and not only within the organizations, again, but highlighting, my experience with working with the jurisdictions in San Antonio, working with the mayor of San Antonio, working with the mayor and team in Houston, again, to ensure not only economically, but again, those other things are there. So, yeah, again, if and again, from an engineering standpoint, as a developer's representative, certainly large, complex organizations, looking at master planning, thousands of acres, as I said in Fernley, certainly I think qualifies there. That when you're looking at creating an organization in that case, which is basically back in the day a functioning city, where you place all the utilities, where you place the access, where you do all of that, is certainly, I think, qualifies there. Analyzing problems, identifying. Yeah, I'm gonna start to repeat myself here. That this is all entailed in all the jobs. I don't mean to be rude, but I'll just quickly go through. So recruiting, retaining, and motivating high-quality employees. Again, having been recruited in the city environment, but also I think more importantly, that one specifically, in my military career, as I mentioned in my write-up there, I think in my resume is, when I was assigned to be the chief of staff, recruiting was under me for the Nevada Air National Guard. And with the help of some experienced recruiters, we completely revamped the way that the Nevada Air National Guard recruited quality individuals. And the one main thing that we did, other than restructuring the staff, we brought in some new staff. But other than that, the main thing we did was we identified that we were having issues getting into specific communities in the larger community. And so working with the recruiting team, what we did is we identified individuals that were already in the Nevada Air National Guard that were from those communities. So when the recruiters were looking to host an event or had an opportunity, we reached out to those, they reached out to those individuals and had them attend that event with them so that they could speak to their community experience and help alleviate some of those cultural things that some of those communities go through. Whether it be, females are not expected or supposed to go into those kind of fields, or it might be that there might be a mistrust of government, or there might be some other things that were stopping them. So I think on that part, that was the most effective. And we actually, the next year, set a new record for Nevada at the time of recruiting and bringing in those qualified individuals. Allocating limited resources, I think we just touched on that when we talked about what might need to be done in the city and how we balance that. Obviously, that is with the guidance of the board first, what your vision is and what your goals are. And then if we have issues beyond that, how we work through that with the senior staff to ensure that what needs to be met is being met. And if we have issues, that we're bringing that up to the board. Large and complex budgets, I believe we touched on that, both in the city of Live Oak as well as in the city of Missouri City, and my budget management with the Nevada Air National Guard. Every year we had the federal budget, obviously, that we had to go through, and we had to prepare the 1- and the 5-year budget program. So I believe that's there, evaluating developing improvements. So I think that's what I would call continuous process improvement, perhaps, if I'm reading that correctly. You can go for training, you can do Lean Six Sigma, you can do some of these other things, but what I really try to do is have an ongoing evaluation using the words on this form, where any process, anything we're doing, purchasing program, in-field operations, if we identify a better way, we talk about it. So there's a mindset within the team that they can talk about how to improve things within their area. So I think that is what I believe that's qualified there. Selecting executive management staff with the military, interviewing for my vice commander, interviewing for my chief of staff at the time was critical. Interviewing for your chief in the military is obviously critical, right? You want to make sure you have your best enlisted advisor you can have at your right hand, and so done that. The best one example I can use there is in the city of Live Oak. When I started, right before I got the city manager had retired, and right before I interviewed, the assistant city manager also took another position. So I was coming into an empty assistant chair as well. So in about month 3 and 4, I advertised for that position. And we went through a long process, and I won't bore you with that. But what we ended up with was what we thought was the best qualified candidate at the time. And my goal then, and my goal always has been in those roles, is to prepare that role to replace me. And so day one, what I started doing was preparing the assistant to do that. And we found out where his skill sets were strongest. And he was working with the building department, and he was working with economic development a little bit. And the win there was when I left, I was asked by the mayor and a couple of council members, do we need to hire your position, Glenn? And this is after he had worked with us for about 12 months, 13 months. I said, I don't think so. I said, I think if you let it sit over the holidays, I left in the first part of October. I said, if you let it sit over the holidays, I think you will be satisfied with how he is running things, and I think you will be happy. The end of January, they put him in as permanent city manager. So I think, yes, I can effectively recruit and support staff. Research and preparing clear and concise reports. Again, I'm an engineer by schooling and trade, and yeah, I've had lots of PUDs that go up and approved, lots of large development, and then also on the military side and the city management side, preparing those reports. So I think we're good there. Identifying and responding to community. Again, that one, we talked some about yesterday. You know, being out in public, to me, that's the most important part to that set. If you're out in the public and talking with the various agencies that are out there, the groups, the individuals that are out there, I think you get some insight. You get some conversations that are going on that you can identify maybe something early, or you could help explain something that's going on and satisfy that need for information from there. So if I wasn't able to do that, then it's certainly bringing it up to the Board of Supervisors. You have your city manager report every meeting. If I haven't had a chance to talk to you in between, then you're certainly going to hear it in the city manager report that there's something going on out there that we may need to address. Okay, yeah. Federal, state, local policies. Again, I don't want to beat that dead horse. Been there. Communicating clearly and concisely. Absolutely. Truthful and diligent executing the public trust. I wouldn't have had the positions I had if I hadn't been able to do that and have trust not only of the people that I was working with, but the people I was working for, particularly in the military. You know, if you're not doing things that way, working for The USPFO is rather challenging at times when you talk about federal dollars. So if you're good with the USPFO, I think you're good most places. So I think we're there. Yeah, last part there is just, again, I think I've kind of summarized all that. So again, I apologize for not having that done on the skill set, but I hope I was able to answer your question.
Thanks for that. Also there on page 4 of the job description, down there at other requirements and conditions, the statement is made, the position is exempt from the overtime provisions of the Fair Labor Standards Act, and the city manager is expected to work nights, weekends, and as needed. However, on your job application, you marked down that you are available for the day shift. How do you expect to meet that requirement if you're only working the day shift?
Well, that is not the case. Again, I apologize. I should have QC'd that document better. I guess that contradicts a little bit of what I just said about being able to prepare a good report. So, no, that is not the case. As I discussed yesterday in some of our lightning rounds, I understand the need is essentially 24 hours a day. Although I believe, not to defend my wrong button push there, but obviously the bulk of that work I think is done during normal business hours. But if there is an event at the evening, if there's a special meeting in the evening, if there's something going on the weekend, if something happens on the weekend and it rises to the level that the city manager needs to involve, absolutely I will be there. I understand that and have no issues with that.
And finally, also on your application, in the section that asked how you heard about the job, you put down other. Can you expand on other? What is that?
Sure. I heard about it through business friends, family members in Carson City as that was being discussed when the current city manager announced the retirement that that was going to be advertised. We started having those discussions, and with my experience, I was asked if I was going to be putting in for it. So that's the other.
Perfect. Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Painless.
Painless.
At least physically painless, yes.
Can I have one point of clarification from Supervisor White's questions on a comment that you made about Houston and being the largest? You weren't the city manager in Houston.
No.
Okay, I just wanted clarification.
No, we were
Thank you.
directly adjacent to Houston. So we had multiple challenges. We had toll roads that were connecting. We had large drainage apparatus that came through. We had economic ties with things that were going on there. Yes. So no, I did not work for the city of Houston, but directly involved with a lot of coordination. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Supervisor Horton, your questions, please.
Some of these might sound a bit familiar, but it's because I'm down the road a little bit here. Yeah, exactly. There's been a lot of discussion about economic development in Carson City. Can you describe your specific experience in economic development and any ideas you might have for Carson City, keeping in mind the historic nature of our city?
Yes, I believe we touched on that a little bit not too long ago, but to my experience in economic development, I think, again, going back to my engineering background and looking at some of the projects I've done, there's certainly always been, on the larger ones, an element of economic development. When you're looking, like, for instance, the Dayton North Valley Master Plan that was done back in the day when I just talked about what we did in Fernley, all of those have major economic components. You're looking at bringing in industrial, you're looking at bringing in retail, you're looking at bringing in commercial, and all of those services that go with that. So you're planning for the daycare centers, you're planning for the banks, you're planning for all of those things as you look at those larger acreage developments. So at that level, certainly talked about, planned for, and planning in that case, obviously utilities, access, those kind of things. So I think they're definitely economic development. In my military background, when you look at that, although I wasn't directly involved with that impact, if you will, having been a part of the Nevada National Guard and being in Reno, I believe there's still over $120 million that those activities and that those jobs bring to the region. Now, they're mainly specifically Reno. Talking more to the city realm, in Missouri City, I really didn't have a lot to do directly with economic development, but one that was involved with economic development. The Amazon warehouse wanted to come, one of the Amazon warehouses back in the day, if you're all familiar, Amazon was putting warehouses everywhere. And they identified a site in Missouri City as one. It was a 1 million square foot warehouse, and our city manager, we did not have an economic development director at the time. We were in transition. And our city manager kind of led the charge from that side. But what he wanted to make sure happened was that warehouse was put in place in a timely fashion. And he tasked me with making sure that happened. And so what I was able to do, with a great deal of help from the Amazon team, if anybody's had a chance to work with Amazon, that you talk about an efficient machine, they're absolutely incredible to work with. But we were able to have a team that could come in, and it was a rather complicated site for a 1 million square foot warehouse. We had to move a couple of property lines that was already subdivided. It had a large drainage ditch, in this case, that came right through the angle, right across at an angle through the middle of it. So we were able to actually work out that we could start at the north end of that parcel and work with Amazon from a geotechnical standpoint and start putting in the piers first as we move property lines, as we were working on moving the ditch, as we were on the phone every week talking about what was going on. And we were able, with our building department and some specialists, especially from the fire side, there were some very unique things that go on in an Amazon warehouse that we had to have some experts come in. We did not have that skill set in-house, but we were able to do that. And the reason I say that's economic development is they were able to open 7 weeks earlier than anticipated, and that ends up being tens of millions of dollars for them. And because they were open 7 weeks earlier, we had jobs in Missouri City earlier than anticipated. So that's my connection to economic development and being able to work with that team. In economic development in Live Oak, what I did was what I proposed here with economic development was identified an individual that had that skill set. She was already on staff. She was already involved with that. And similar to what I would propose to do here, we reassigned some of her other duties, and she became more focused on economic development. And that allowed her to spend more time there. That was able to bring in more businesses and able to support the business that we had even to a greater level. So I think very, very successful there. So I think as I said earlier, I think we could do the same thing with the staff here, identify that person and bring that forward. The team here in Carson City is going to be a little different. We already have, again, some of those agencies, some of those programs in place, some of those people there, but I think we're lacking that hub. So I think by assigning that hub and getting the individuals getting them a person to talk to, that creates, again, efficiencies that we can do. I think some of the challenges, as you mentioned, certainly include our downtown district. There's a lot of history there that we don't want to lose. The amenities that are there, I think, are huge. When you have new people come into town, I think they always compliment, on what we're able to do, they're able to do in the historic district. So again, I think reaching out to the Downtown Business Association, they're already involved with those historic buildings. The Historic Commission is already involved there, making sure that in those conversations, in this case, Carson City specific, that we have those considerations, those desires, that expertise in the room for the conversations so we can move forward.
Thank you. Carson City is a member of a number of regional partnerships. Can you please speak to your experience with partnerships like these, specifically any pros and cons, in your opinion?
Sure, thank you. So I think we have a lot of if I could, Supervisor White mentioned yesterday, I think there's over 70 different partnerships I think Carson City's involved with. So I didn't know that number either, so learning a lot. But I think on that lane, what we have, our Quad County program, right? That's a good example, I think, of a partnership. In my experience, when you look at the Quad County Hazmat, I think that is a good one that's worked well, I think, for the agencies. Again, going back to my time in the military, we have our civil support team, our CST team, that's housed right across the street here on Highway 50, that I think is a good federal, local, regional partnership effort that, serves the citizens well, should there be, hopefully not that kind of emergency. In Live Oak, we had some of the smaller jurisdictions that were around us. We shared an ambulance service, and that obviously saved a lot of costs. We were consolidated. We did not have to have ambulances in each city. We didn't have to have the maintenance of or the management of. So that was a good partnership there that benefited the jurisdictions that were involved. And in that case, Live Oak was actually the dispatch center. So there was a trade-off there of who was responsible for what.
So I think there are a lot of efficiencies that can be brought, a lot of increased service level that can be brought with the right partnership. I would look to see if there's any more of those that we can do here. Along that route, maybe there's some that can be eliminated as well. I don't know. But if there's something that we can do with a regional partner to create a better service or create an efficiency in an existing service, I would certainly want to explore that. So I think there are a lot of pros. I think a con or two that is talked about a lot is, do we lose our identity? You know, one with fire, you know, fire truck, you know, if we're going to do a partnership, you know, the ambulance that came through Live Oak didn't say Live Oak Ambulance, it said Schur's Ambulance Service. Everybody knew that what that was. It was housed in our fire station, but it wasn't a Live Oak asset. And so that might cause some angst for some people, and I think we could work through that. But I think that is a con, that you potentially could lose some of your individual city identity in that, and I certainly wouldn't want to do that if we were to pursue something.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schutte, your questions, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. City departments, while having specific roles, often have overlapping duties and collaboration is needed. How would you manage a situation where departments aren't communicating effectively?
I'll go back quickly on the comment I made in my military career about the communication piece and not liking emails. And I learned that from a commander I had when I was a civil engineer commander. If you've ever been on the base in Reno, it's kind of old school. It's built around a big asphalt parking lot. So you have the command building, you have the operation hangar, or the main hangar, you have communications and security forces, and then you have CE around this big asphalt parking lot. And I was in a meeting back in the day when I was a civil engineer commander, and we were at a staff meeting with the colonel, the wing commander. And towards the end of it, he pulled out a few pages of paper, kind of stapled together, and he said, "I want to talk about this." And we all looked at each other. He goes, "I'm at the top of this email, but if you go down to the bottom of this email," he goes, "you all are going back and forth." And he goes, "I can look right out my window and I can see everybody's office from my window." And he goes, "Why are you communicating on email? Why am I involved in this email chain?" And he said, "The minimum you could do would be to call somebody. If you really can't get to what I expect you to do is at least walk out in the parking lot and meet in the middle and have a conversation. In best case, probably just walk across the parking lot all the way and go sit in somebody's office and talk about it." So I say that to say, that's how I would view that. I would hope that the department heads are teammates. I would hope that they work together. I'd hope that they have a positive relationship and they can work through things. But we know sometimes that isn't possible. Something happens. I would trust that they've had some conversations and they can't really honestly get to a solution. And in that case, if they're bringing that to me to help, I would have a conversation with them. I would not dictate what the answer is. I would maybe steer a conversation. I would maybe guide a conversation, maybe mentor a conversation. Because at the end of the day, if they're having a problem, them finding a solution is going to be better than me dictating or finding a solution. So that's what I would strive for. But I would really try to ensure that the culture is there, that they were talking to each other before.
Thank you. How do you ensure that city services meet the needs of residents when there are differing opinions as to what those needs are?
Well, like I've said a few times here today, I think first and foremost, it goes back to the vision, the mission, and the goals of the board. That is our Bible, if you will, as the team, looking at that and taking guidance from what you have prioritized. Broad picture, safety, livability, those kind of things, right? A vibrant community. If we have a conflict there, the same thing. What is the conflict? Is it we don't have money to do something? Do we not have a process to do something? Do we not understand something? So I think in those cases, if it's money, if we can't do a program or we can't buy a new tree or we can't buy a piece of equipment to get something accomplished, where are we in the other budget items? I think if those budget items are in the same lane, the same color of money, in my experience, then we can talk about if we're under executing on something and we're still meeting the intent of the board and it's in the correct color of money, that we could do an adjustment, if you will. And if that adjustment exceeds a certain amount of a comfort level, we can certainly bring that back to the board and discuss it if that's needed. If it's something process-wise, I would want to talk about that internally again, find the solution. So
But I think if it's involved with the public, then if it came from the public, then communicating that back out to the public. And if we found a solution, or communicating with them as we find a solution, I wouldn't want to leave them out in the dark and let them, I would want them to know that we're working on the issue if it did in fact come from outside.
Thank you. How do you evaluate the effectiveness of a program outside of what can be measured?
That's a gut feel question. I think you can get a lot. We talked about culture before. We talked about people coming to work and being happy where they are. I think you can tell a lot by that. If people are talking, if people are engaged, a lot is going right. I think, that's internally. If we're talking about an external program, maybe we can't measure something, but I think in that, what I would say a quick answer would be, if you're not hearing the no's, you're probably doing pretty good. Because as we know, you very rarely hear the yeses. You very rarely, as the mayor said this morning, hear the, oh, congratulations, that went really well, thank you. You get them occasionally, but not much. You're gonna get the no's. So if something isn't going right, the feedback will come through the system, I think, even if you're not able to measure it. So internally, I think the culture would be there. Externally, maybe even to a degree internally, if you're not hearing a lot of no's, I would judge that you're probably at least doing okay on something.
Thank you. And then what do you believe are the most important skills for a city manager to possess, and why?
I think being able to communicate is the most important. And I tell these stories. I'm an engineer by core. I'm an engineer by school. That wasn't always something I did. As a lot of engineers, I was very comfortable sitting in my office and doing my plans and doing that. But I learned by watching other people, and I learned by working with some of our clients, that if I asked questions and I got their feedback, sometimes my job was easier. If I asked about something in the city ordinance that I might not be able to get there directly to what they were looking for due to something. If I engaged early on and talked, that was a better solution there. So from that into my military career, over time, back when we grew up, most of us, I don't think you talked about stuff, right? But in the military, I learned, and the culture changed, that if you do engage with people more and you have at least some level of a relationship, we're not all going to be friends, we're not all going to go to the ball game or to church or go fishing together. But when we're at work, if we have an understanding, if we have a certain degree of friendship, of familiarity, and we can support each other and talk to people, that is key to managing people, because then they're going to feel comfortable talking to you if there is a problem at work. They're not going to be afraid to talk to you. And I think more importantly in today's world, if something's going on and it is of a major type of event, personally or something, they're going to reach out to try to get help. So I think if you can have those relationships and communicate with people, the day-to-day certainly improves, because you can have those conversations and interact. And in those rare cases, hopefully rare, when people do need that kind of assistance, they are not afraid to reach out and get the support they need to continue to be better and do the things that they need to do in life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Glenn, you're more than welcome to give us any closing remarks if you think there's something we should know for our final consideration.
I think we've covered a broad band here. I was just looking, glad that was a good grilling. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for the opportunity to clarify, Mayor and Supervisor White especially. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. And again, my apologies for missing that. I will get better at ensuring that the right buttons are hit. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to bring it back up here, and certainly I feel honored today that we had two great candidates. I think both of them could serve our community. I don't have any doubt of that. But I want to comment something that I heard Mr. Martell say, and it really rings true to me, something that he said, and I want to appreciate his integrity on that question and his answer, and it will fit where I'm going and why I'm going there. you were asked about the development for employees and supporting employees, and you mentioned that you had a deputy city manager when you were leaving and that you had a goal, and that's that you set that tone of replacement and promotion, and that's that you really do believe in that. And so do I. And so but I'm really struck by your honesty on that. And it really hit home to me that you are definitely a person of integrity, right? And I like that. I believe that Stephanie has done the job for 5.5 years. She has shown us who she is. And since she hasn't shown us any bad acts, then I have to go with Stephanie. I mean, I just can't find a reason not to select her. And so when I look to make a decision, I am loyal to the internal employees unless they show me different, right? You have to show me that you don't deserve to be promoted. But I think all employees come to work and become deputies with the anticipation of becoming that director or that next step in their life, right? And they dedicate themselves to doing good work in the job that they have and showing that to us. So I do want to say on the record, though, that I was quite impressed with Mr. Martell, too. So I don't think the city will be harmed by either candidate. I think I'm constantly amazed when we have boards and commissions and people that apply for jobs. I am constantly amazed at the integrity and the talent that we have in this area. So I'm just going to go on record first to say that I am supporting Stephanie in this position. Supervisor Horton put his hand up to be the next one.
Thank you. We do have two very talented candidates whom I appreciate very much. But I think we're faced with an opportunity here today. And the opportunity is to take a new path with new leadership, new ideas, or continue down the road that we're on, business as usual. I'm not a proponent of that. There are things that I want to see corrected. I want improved accountability. I want things to be different in our city. I want new solutions to the problems that we face. I am, for one, tired of the problems and complaints of dead and dying landscape and issues out in the field that we can't control, and things that we see $10,000 worth of trees and shrubs that are dead because we drove past them and didn't notice that. I am frustrated with those things. It's concerning to me. I get those phone calls, I get those emails, and not just about those things, but about many things. It hurts my feelings a little bit, quite honestly. I want to change in the way we do business. I think we're at a point where we need to move on a different path. We can keep piddling with our potholes and our problems and doing those things and try to get to where we need to be, but I don't think we're making the headway that is necessary. From my point of view, from my perspective, I think our citizens want and deserve new ideas and improved service. And I think by having a change in leadership, it will promote that. I think Glenn Martell is a hometown guy who was raised here, lives here, works here, sees the problems here, and certainly has the skills and background, knowledge, and abilities to address those issues as we move forward. I think this is an important opportunity for us to change our direction and achieve greater goals. That's why I am going to support Glenn Martell and new ideas and new solutions.
Supervisor Giomi?
I first want to start by thanking both Glenn and Stephanie. A little over 12 years ago, I sat exactly where you guys just sat. The room was facing the other way, so it wasn't exactly where you sat, but close enough. And I really appreciate and value the difficulty in putting your name out there, putting yourself out there, and the anxiety and stress that you go through. So I hope that you both hear that I value both of you and the contributions you've made in the past to this community and the contributions, regardless of where we end up today, that I am confident you will make in the future. For me, this comes down to timing and who's the right person at the right time in the right position. And given the direction the city is going with a lot of large-scale public works projects, I feel that Glenn is that candidate. Maybe I'm wearing rose-colored glasses because my hope would be that we can retain Stephanie, because I value the strengths that she has, and I think they are strengths that complement Glenn's, frankly. Obviously, that's up for the two of them to decide, not me. But and I hope I hope I'm not being overly optimistic there. I too, Stephanie, stayed with the city manager who got selected when I didn't. And I developed a good relationship with him. So I hope that's the case, because I really believe that you each have really strong characteristics and that they complement each other. I just believe right now, where we are, Glenn is a better fit for the city manager role.
Supervisor Schutte.
Thank you. First of all, thank you both for applying and for the very thoughtful responses. Actually, it's interesting with the discussion about timing and where we are. That actually leads me to support Stephanie on this, in that I look at the direction the community is going, what we've done, the updates with the master plan, the updates with our Title 18, the knowledge about, land use and what we are doing in our community, what the process we have gone through and are going through, the relationships with staff, the relationships with community, and being able to, a proven ability to work with staff, to trusted follow through, just from, our experience working with Stephanie. The specific detail that was given in her responses specifically to this area, specifically to Carson, specifically to the different organizations and to the different community interactions, I thought addressed the demands of the job, going through the needed skills, the specific needed skills that apply to Carson City, to the Carson City culture, to our departments, and how our city has the operating structure of that, I think, really spoke well. I appreciate the conversations about wanting something new. Stephanie is a new person. She isn't our current city manager, and the directions and the ideas that she presented are her own in terms of problem solving, in terms of addressing issues. My question about overlapping duties, collaboration being needed, that communication, that really was, about addressing some of those areas that need some work. So I support hiring Stephanie. That said, Glenn, great answers. Thank you for applying. Thank you for what you are bringing to this conversation and to what you have added to the conversation. Regardless how this decision goes, I feel great that we have two good candidates, and how fortunate for Carson City. But I really think that in terms of, we have established, we have our manager, we have our deputy city manager, and the whole process of being able to be ready from day one, to have that knowledge of how things are working, the knowledge of the budget, the knowledge of the associations, all of that. I believe that Stephanie should be chosen as city manager.
That leaves you, Mo.
That leaves me. I'm out.
You're out. Nice try. You get to get in the chair like the rest of us.
It's not often that I find myself in a position that it's hard to make a decision. I have, through my whole life, ordinarily been able to say, by God, this is the way we're going. It's too bad we can't hire both of these folks. My knowledge of what's going on in the city, my knowledge of what is coming towards us in a number of venues, capital improvement needs. I've said before that I believe there's some pretty serious economic decisions coming to us that we're going to have to make. At this point, I think the right decision to go is with Glenn. Again, like at our last meeting, this is not personal. This is business. And both applicants, Glenn and Stephanie both, have superior skills and rate the position. I'm looking at two different approaches, two different backgrounds, that again leads me to support Glenn.
Okay. Who wants to make the motion?
Before we make the motion, I have a question or two for Dan. What does contract negotiations look like? Before I make the motion, I'd kind of like to have an idea as to how that looks, or maybe Jeff, I don't know, Nancy, someone?
Well,
I mean, what does this look like? Does the contract come back to the board?
Yes.
I know it does. I just would like to get it on the record.
Just sort of drawing from past experience and the methodologies that have been implemented before. Typically what has happened is I receive direction from this board to enter into contract negotiations with a selected candidate. And then after finalizing, that contract based on the parameters that I've received, I bring that back after consultation with the HR director. Certainly it's up to the pleasure of this board to give me specific instruction. In the past, the direction I've received has been a little bit flexible, I would say, with more latitude. In general, the direction I've received in the past was to, do my best to negotiate on behalf of the city and on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and to bring back a contract for presentation for consideration at that point.
That was why I wanted to clarify. I wanted to make sure it was you that because it doesn't really say that in our notes. Okay, I'm comfortable making a motion unless there's more questions. Sounds like there's not.
Supervisor Giomi?
I move to select Glenn Martell contingent on passing the city's required background check to enter into contract negotiations with the district attorney's office so that they can bring back a contract for city manager of Carson City.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on discussion. I am going to give Mr. Martell my vote because I don't want to start off in a negative position. I want you to know I support you, right? So I just want to say I'm not being derogatory towards Stephanie, but it's important, right? So I just want to say that on the record. Any other discussion?
Yeah, this is a tough one, and it's not that this is a tough one because we have that, we have somebody who has proven herself to be a capable, competent, thoughtful, mindful, person. And so it's like I absolutely want to be supportive of this board and want to show my support. I'm doing that though with mixed feelings in that I like I said at the retreat, Glenn, I think you'll do a fabulous job. I wish you applied for deputy city manager for the reasons that we've discussed earlier in terms of that transition and in terms of learning the job or knowing the job. And I understand you know the job from your past experience, but it's experience in a different community, right? A different state, a different, and so there lies my dilemma. And so I just want that on the record that I don't know if I'm going to say yes or no because I'm that torn, but I just needed to say that. So please understand, regardless, that's where I'm coming from, and I respect and appreciate both of you.
No? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous, and congratulations, and we look forward to working with you. Okay, we're almost done. We're on agenda item 17. Do we have any non-action items? I need a
I
drink.
just wanted to remind the board that on May 27th, we will have the final meeting for the fiscal year 26 budget at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, is there any other things any of us need to announce or put out there on the record? Nothing. Okay, we will move to final public comment, and just as a reminder for the board, we will have our closed session immediately following the meeting. Mr. French.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Mayor and supervisors. I'm very pleased that I was able to be here today to listen to the process. I read through their materials, and I feel the same as Lisa Schutte, is that had Glenn gone for the other position, we would have both. And I'm hoping that with that they'll find ways to work together. Stephanie's knowing and her experience will be a big part of our going forward. And I've had an opportunity to get to know a little bit more about Martin Tell, Glenn. But I did want to mention, after listening to your discussion about the legislative matters relating to judges and the state and such, I'd like to say that we have amazing people. Those judges are unique. They're in a job that most of us mortals wouldn't even step near, let alone step up to. They are working their fannies off, and I feel that we're not, as a community, treating them like the jewels that they are. They're not only knowledgeable, they're fair, and they're reasonable individuals. But you can only have someone be fair, reasonable, as long as you're giving them time to breathe. If they don't have time to have lives, they can say, I'm here 24/7, but they're not expecting the phone ringing every second of that time. There will be breaks. I don't feel that mental capacities and physical capacities should be pushed to the level that they are. And my perception is that the city has to find a way to do the infrastructure. And I believe these judges are our infrastructure, and we're not tending them properly. We're not getting them the help. They've got staff, but that staff is supporting the person that has to be there every time. The staff can't fill in for the judge if they're not feeling well or they have another engagement or something like that. I feel that we've got to start respecting the fact that we have precious people involved and treat them like humans. They are not machines. And find them judges if we have to pay more, if we have to do something. I'm not for building other things. I'd rather have night court or something like that. But I really don't think that they're getting the consideration they should as human beings. And I think that's a dangerous trend. I worked myself out of a job by having a breakdown. I worked too hard, and I was my own boss. But I was conscientious, and there was something needed to be done. I felt that I had to do it. That wasn't a good idea. It didn't help me health-wise, and I don't think we're doing fairly or humanely by the judges. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? No?
I just have a quick question. Can we pause for a sec? I just would like to ask Dan a quick question off the record, or if that's possible, or
You need to do it.
well, can I just run over and just ask a
Absolutely.
quick question? Thanks.
Absolutely. We'll just run, she wants to check on a legal issue or something, go ahead. Absolutely correct. But I don't have any other public comment, but before we adjourn to the closed meeting, we will just take a moment and let her see if there's some legal issue she would like to address. I'm like, don't give me any fancy Robert's rules that I have to remember. I just don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. No. Yeah. Mm-mm.
Can someone whistle the Jeopardy theme?
What's that?
I can't do it.
Ms. Schutte, did you need further discussion before the board?
No, thank you.
Okay, and being no further public comment, then we are adjourned, and just give 5 minutes and come into your closed meeting so that we can clear the room and stuff. Thank you.